Hey story enthusiasts! This is DC What If's bringing you another gem. In this video, we present to you what if Wonder Woman and Superman were childhood sweethearts on Themyscira and he became the Prince of Amazons. If you enjoy these stories as much as we enjoy sharing them, please like, subscribe, and share with your friends. Let's dive in. Chapter 1, Son of Stars, Daughter of Clay. The storm came without warning. Queen Hippolyta stood on the balcony of her palace, watching lightning split the night sky over Themyscira. The sea churned violently below the cliffs, waves crashing against the sacred shores with unusual fury. "Something approaches," Antiope said, appearing at her sister's side. The general's hand rested instinctively on her sword. "The sentries report lights in the sky." Before Hippolyta could respond, a blazing object tore through the clouds, trailing fire as it descended toward the western beach. "Summon the royal guard," Hippolyta ordered. "Whatever the gods have sent us, we must be ready." They rode through the rain-soaked forest, 24 Amazon warriors with torches held high against the darkness. The impact site glowed with unnatural light, steam rising where saltwater met scorching metal. "Surround it," Antiope commanded, signaling the warriors to form a perimeter. At the center of a shallow crater lay a metallic vessel unlike anything the Amazons had seen in their thousands of years on the island. Not Greek, nor Roman, nor of any known mortal design. Its surface bore strange symbols that seemed to shift and glow beneath crystalline panels. "A gift from the gods?" one warrior asked. "Or a curse?" another muttered. Hippolyta approached cautiously, her sword drawn. As she neared, the vessel's top portion slid open with a hiss. The Amazons tensed, weapons raised. Inside, wrapped in red fabric emblazoned with an unfamiliar crest, lay a baby. A boy. "A male child," Antiope whispered, her voice a mix of wonder and apprehension. "On Themyscira." Hippolyta sheathed her sword and reached into the craft. The baby looked up at her with startlingly blue eyes, cooing softly instead of crying despite the chaos of his arrival. "What does this mean, my queen?" Philippus, captain of the guard, asked. Hippolyta cradled the child, studying his face. "I do not know. But the gods have placed him in our path for a reason." Dawn broke over the Senate House, where voices had been raised in debate since midnight. "It must be returned to the sea." Senator Dorino shouted, her weathered face flushed with anger. The eldest of the Amazon Council slammed her fist against the marble table. "No man has set foot on Themyscira since its creation. We cannot break divine law." Murmurs of agreement rippled through the assembly. "He is but a child," Hippolyta countered, "innocent of the crimes of men." "He will not remain a child," Dorino shot back. "He will grow into a man, with all the violence and treachery that follows." "Have you forgotten why we came to these shores, my queen? Have you forgotten Zeus's decree that this island remain untouched by mankind?" "I have forgotten nothing," Hippolyta said coldly. "But neither do I believe the gods sent this child to test our cruelty." The debate continued as the baby slept peacefully in the palace nursery, tended by handmaidens who eyed him with equal parts curiosity and distrust. None noticed the small princess who slipped into the room, her 7-year-old feet barely making a sound on the marble floors. Diana climbed onto a stool to peer into the cradle. The baby boy looked back at her and smiled, reaching up with tiny fingers. "Hello," Diana whispered. "Where did you come from?" When the baby grabbed her finger, she gasped. His grip was remarkably strong. Unnaturally strong. "You're special," she said, grinning. "Like me." The oracle's cave lay deep beneath the temple of Athena, accessible only to the queen. Hippolyta descended the narrow stone steps alone, guided by the light of a single torch. The air grew colder with each step, heavy with the scent of ancient magic. The oracle waited in the chamber below, her blind eyes milky white, her body draped in translucent silk that revealed the glowing blue runes etched into her skin. "I have been waiting," the oracle said before Hippolyta could speak. "The child of stars has arrived." Hippolyta knelt. What does it mean? Why has a male child been delivered to our shores? He comes from beyond the gods, from a dead world whose name is lost to time. The oracle's voice echoed strangely, as though speaking from great distance. He is the last of his kind, a race who drew power from the yellow sun. What am I to do with him? He will be either Themyscira's greatest champion or its destroyer. The oracle's body tensed suddenly, her back arching as blue light poured from her eyes. The son of stars and the daughter of clay shall stand together against darkness from both worlds. Apart they will fall, together they will forge a new destiny. Diana? Hippolyta whispered. The prophecy speaks of my daughter. But the oracle collapsed, the blue light fading. When she stirred again, she remembered nothing of her words. The Senate erupted into fresh argument when Hippolyta shared the oracle's prophecy. Some saw divine purpose in the boy's arrival, others feared it meant doom for the Amazons. I have made my decision, Hippolyta finally announced, silencing the chamber. The child will remain on Themyscira. He will be raised as an Amazon, taught our ways and values. Dorino rose to her feet. You risk everything, Hippolyta. Thousands of years of tradition, the very sanctity of our island, I risk more by defying a clear omen, Hippolyta interrupted. The child and Diana are linked by fate. If the prophecy speaks true, they will face dangers together that neither could overcome alone. And if the prophecy means he will bring destruction to us all? Dorino challenged. Then we will have raised him with enough honor to prevent it, Hippolyta said firmly. He will be called Alexandros, defender of the people, and he will grow alongside my daughter. Again. Antiope barked, circling the training ring where 8-year-old Diana and Alexandros faced each other with wooden practice swords. Diana lunged forward, her technique already impressive for her age. Alexandros blocked clumsily, still uncomfortable with the weapon in his hands. Your stance is wrong, Antiope told him. Wider. Lower. You're too rigid. Alexandros adjusted, mimicking Diana's posture. When she attacked again, he deflected the blow more effectively but stumbled backward. Better, Antiope said. Now attack. Alexandros hesitated. He glanced at Diana, who nodded encouragingly. It's okay, she whispered. I can take it. He lunged forward, swinging his practice sword. Diana parried easily, but the force of his blow, stronger than he intended, snapped both wooden blades and sent her sliding back several feet. The training yard fell silent. Other young Amazons stopped to stare. I'm sorry. Alexandros rushed to Diana's side. Are you hurt? Diana jumped up, brushing dust from her tunic. That was amazing. Do it again. Antiope picked up the broken swords, examining the splintered wood with narrowed eyes. His strength grows beyond normal bounds, she said quietly. Even for an Amazon child. Across the yard, several older Amazons watched with disapproval. One spat on the ground. They hate me, Alexandros murmured to Diana later as they sat by the training yard fountain. They're just scared of what's different, Diana replied, splashing water at him playfully. My mother says fear makes people stupid. But I am different. Alexandros stared at his hands. I break things without trying. Yesterday I jumped and didn't come down for 3 seconds. Normal people don't do that. Diana grinned. I'm not normal either. She demonstrated by lifting a marble bench that should have been impossible for a child her size to move. See? We're both special. Alexandros smiled for the first time that day. Race you to the cliff? They took off running, leaving bewildered Amazon warriors in their wake. Queen Hippolyta found the children where she expected, at the highest point on the island, a cliff overlooking the barrier that shielded Themyscira from the outside world. There you are, she called, approaching them carefully near the edge. You missed your history lesson. 10-year-old Diana looked up guiltily. We were watching the barrier, mother. It looks different today. Hippolyta followed her gaze. The magical shield that enclosed their island shimmered with its usual opalescent light, but she had to admit there was something unusual in its pattern. Nevertheless, your studies are important. We were studying, Alexandros said quickly. About the barrier. Diana was explaining how Zeus created it to hide the island. And what happens to people who try to cross it? Hippolyta asked pointedly. The boy looked down. They can't find their way in. And we can't leave. Something in his tone gave Hippolyta pause. Do you wish to leave us, Alexandros? No, he said too quickly. Then, more honestly, sometimes I wonder what's out there. Where I came from. Hippolyta sat beside them on the rocky outcropping. It's natural to wonder about your origins. Your arrival was extraordinary. In a good way, he asked hopefully. The queen chose her words carefully. In an unprecedented way. Nothing quite like your vessel had ever been seen before. Can I see it? Alexandros asked suddenly. My ship. I know you've kept it. Diana turned to her mother with wide eyes. You have? Where? Hippolyta sighed. She had known this day would come. Yes. It is preserved in the ancient vault beneath the palace. Perhaps you are old enough now to understand what it contains. The vault doors, 12 feet high and cast in divine bronze, swung open silently at Hippolyta's touch. Behind her, Diana and Alexandros gazed wide-eyed at the treasures within, weapons captured from gods and monsters, artifacts from lost civilizations, and magical items too dangerous for common use. This way, the queen said, leading them past displays of ancient armor and sealed containers pulsing with strange energies. At the far end, resting on a raised dais, sat the vessel that had delivered Alexandros to their shores. Smaller than the children remembered, it nonetheless dominated the space with its alien design. Whoa, Alexandros breathed, approaching slowly. This is mine. This is how you came to us, Hippolyta confirmed. Our scholars have studied its markings but could not decipher them fully. The boy reached out, his fingers hovering over the metallic surface. The moment he touched it, the vessel hummed to life. Crystal panels illuminated, and symbols began scrolling across its surface. I can read it, he whispered, amazed. Or. I feel like I should be able to. It's like I almost know what it says. Diana peered over his shoulder. What's happening now? A compartment had opened in the ship's side, revealing a crystal unlike any they had seen, octagonal, faintly blue, with internal structures that seemed to shift and reorganize continuously. Alexandros picked it up without thinking. The crystal flashed brilliantly, and a figure formed in the air before them, a man with kind eyes wearing unfamiliar robes adorned with the same symbol that had been on Alexandros's blanket. My son, the apparition said in a language neither Diana nor Hippolyta understood, yet somehow Alexandros did. If you are viewing this message, then the emergency protocols have activated. You have survived. Who is he? Diana whispered. My father, Alexandros replied softly. Somehow I know he's my father. The message continued, the glowing figure explaining concepts that had no equivalent in Greek, Krypton, a distant planet, Jor-El and Lara, scientists who sent their only child away from a dying world, powers that would develop under Earth's yellow sun. When the message ended, Alexandros stood silent for a long moment, clutching the crystal. Are you okay? Diana asked, taking his hand. I'm the last, he said, voice breaking. The last of my people. They all died when my planet exploded. Hippolyta placed a hand on his shoulder. Not the last of your people, Alexandros. You are Amazon now, too. You have a home and a family here. He looked up at her, tears streaming down his face. But I'm supposed to be different. Super strong, fast, maybe even able to fly someday. That's what he said. You already are different, Diana reminded him. And it's wonderful. Alexandros wiped his eyes, straightening his shoulders in the way he'd seen Amazon warriors do before battle. I want to learn everything. About Krypton, about these powers. I want to be worthy of both worlds. Hippolyta nodded solemnly. Then that shall be your path. But remember, strength without wisdom is merely force. You must learn to master yourself before mastering these abilities. I'll help, Diana promised, squeezing his hand. The Kryptonian crystal became their secret teacher. In the years that followed, Alexandros and Diana would sneak to the vault when they could, learning about his heritage through the knowledge embedded in the alien device. While their formal education continued with Amazon tutors, history, philosophy, mathematics, combat training, they supplemented it with forbidden study of Kryptonian science and culture. At 13, Alexandros accidentally discovered his heat vision during an argument with Diana. You always think you're right just because you're the princess, he snapped, his frustration boiling over after losing yet another sparring match. That's not fair. Diana shouted back. I beat you because I work harder. You beat me because everyone expects you to win. His eyes suddenly burned, and twin beams of scorching energy shot toward a nearby tree, setting it ablaze. They stared in shock at the burning foliage, then at each other. That was. Diana began. Awesome, Alexandros finished, his anger forgotten. Let me try again. Not on anything else. Diana grabbed his arm. My mother will have us cleaning the stables for a month if we burn down the royal garden. Together they extinguished the fire and spent the rest of the afternoon in a remote corner of the island, testing his new ability by heating rocks until they glowed red. The crystal mentioned this, Diana recalled as they sat watching the sunset, exhausted from practice. Heat vision. You're developing just like your father said you would. Alexandros nodded, leaning back on his elbows. I wonder what else I'll be able to do. Fly, probably. Diana grinned. That would be incredible. Maybe we could fly together, he suggested. I could carry you. She snorted. Or I could just ask Hermes for winged sandals. I don't need a boy to carry me around. I'm not just a boy, he retorted. I'm a Kryptonian. And an Amazon, Diana added softly. Don't forget that part. Not everyone celebrated Alexandros's growing powers. When word spread of the incident with the tree, servants talked, always, it reignited old fears among certain factions. Senator Dorino called for a special council session, which 14-year-old Diana infiltrated by hiding in the balcony rafters above the Senate floor. The boy becomes more dangerous by the day, Dorino proclaimed to the assembled Amazons. Now he shoots fire from his eyes. What next? Will he bring down lightning upon us? Will he sink our island with his strength? Several senators murmured in agreement. He has shown nothing but respect for our ways, General Antiope countered. I have trained him myself. He shows restraint beyond his years. Restraint? Dorino scoffed. He destroyed a 300-year-old olive tree. What happens when his control slips near one of our sisters? Or near the princess? Queen Hippolyta raised her hand for silence. Alexandros is learning to master abilities none of us fully understand. There will be accidents, as there are with any warrior in training. He is not just any warrior, Dorino insisted. He is male, with powers that could rival the gods themselves. The combination is too dangerous to ignore. What would you have me do? Hippolyta asked coldly. Cast out a child who has known no home but Themyscira. Who has been raised in our traditions from infancy. For the safety of all Amazons, yes. Dorino's declaration brought several supporters to their feet. From her hiding place, Diana had heard enough. She dropped from the rafters, landing in the center of the Senate floor with a grace that belied her age. You speak of my friend as though he were a weapon, not a person, she said, facing Dorino without fear. Alexandros has never hurt anyone. He protects the younger girls from bullies. He helps the farmers with heavy loads. He recites our history better than most who were born here. Princess Diana, Dorino said stiffly, this is not a matter for children. It is exactly a matter for me, Diana retorted. The oracle said we would face dangers together. How can we fulfill that prophecy if you send him away? Hippolyta intervened before Dorino could respond. My daughter speaks out of turn, but her words hold truth. The prophecy binds their fates. We cannot separate them without risking both their destinies. Then perhaps, Dorino suggested, her voice dangerously soft, we should consider more carefully what that prophecy actually promised. Did it not say he could be either Themyscira's champion or its destroyer? The queen's expression hardened. This session is concluded. Alexandros remains under my protection, and any who seek to harm him answer to me directly. Later, when Diana told Alexandros about the meeting, he stared out at the ocean for a long time before speaking. Maybe Dorino's right, he said finally. Maybe I don't belong here. Don't be stupid, Diana punched his arm lightly. You belong with me. We're supposed to face things together, remember? He smiled despite himself. Always the optimist. Always right, she corrected, making him laugh. At 16, they were inseparable, training together, studying together, exploring the island's hidden corners. Their differing strengths made them formidable as a team, Diana's combat excellence complementing Alexandros's growing Kryptonian abilities. They discovered his flight capability by accident during a cliff diving competition. Last one to hit the water is a Cyclops. Diana shouted, launching herself from the precipice with perfect form. Alexandros jumped after her, but instead of falling, he found himself suspended in the air, hanging impossibly between sky and sea. Diana, he yelled, panic and exhilaration mingling in his voice. Look! She surfaced in the water below, looking up in astonishment as he hovered 50 feet above. You're flying. Actually flying. I don't know how to get down, he called back, arms outstretched for balance. Try swimming through the air, she suggested. Like you're pushing against it. Alexandros attempted to move forward, overcompensated, and shot across the bay like an arrow, nearly colliding with a distant cliff before managing to stop himself. By sunset, he had gained enough control to carry Diana over the island, her arms wrapped around his neck, both of them laughing with the sheer joy of flight. This is amazing, she breathed as they soared above Themyscira's highest peaks, the setting sun turning the white marble buildings to gold below them. You're not scared, he asked, glancing at her. With you? Diana grinned. Never. Something changed between them in that moment, a shift so subtle they barely recognized it themselves. Her hands held him more firmly than necessary. His heartbeat quickened at her closeness. Neither mentioned it when they landed, but both felt the difference. Their new dynamic didn't go unnoticed. The princess and the alien boy are becoming too close, Dorino told Queen Hippolyta during their weekly advisory meeting. Surely you see it? I see two young people who share an extraordinary bond, Hippolyta replied carefully. As the prophecy foretold. The prophecy didn't foretell romantic attachment. Dorino nearly choked on the words. Such feelings are inappropriate. He is male, regardless of his origin. Our laws were created for mortal men, Hippolyta interrupted. Alexandros is neither fully mortal nor merely a man. He is something else entirely. So you would allow this, whatever it is between them, to continue? The queen sighed. I would allow my daughter and her closest friend to discover their own path. Diana has never followed conventional wisdom, even as a child. Forcing them apart would only strengthen any attachment. And if that attachment leads to more? Dorino pressed. Would you accept a male consort for the future queen of the Amazons? Hippolyta's expression turned thunderous. You presume too much, old friend. They are barely more than children. Children grow, Dorino warned. And some faster than others. On their 17th birthday celebration, they had chosen to share the same date. Since Alexandros's actual birth date remained unknown, the royal craftswomen presented them with their adult weapons. For Diana, a magnificent sword forged by Hephaestus himself, accompanied by a shield bearing her royal crest. For Alexandros, something unexpected, a suit of armor unlike any worn by the Amazons, its design incorporating both Themysciran artistry and elements from his Kryptonian heritage. "This is beautiful," he said, running his fingers over the breastplate where the Kryptonian symbol from his ship had been integrated with Amazon patterns. "I don't know what to say." "Say you'll wear it proudly," the head craftswoman told him. "It's made from special metals brought by Athena herself, light enough for flight but strong enough to withstand even your strength." Diana nudged him playfully. "Try it on. I want to see if you look as ridiculous as I imagine." Always so supportive, he teased back, but he stripped off his tunic without hesitation, comfortable after a lifetime among Amazon warriors who viewed the body without shame. Diana had seen him without a shirt hundreds of times during training, but somehow this was different. He had grown taller than most Amazon warriors, his shoulders broader, his chest and arms defined by years of combat training. The alien genetics that gave him his powers also gave him a physical presence that commanded attention. She looked away, suddenly flustered. When she looked back, Alexandros stood transformed in the armor, no longer just her childhood friend but something more, a warrior of two worlds. The deep blues and reds of the suit contrasted with the silver Amazon detailing, creating something wholly unique. "Well?" he asked, arms spread. "Ridiculous?" "No," Diana admitted softly. "Not ridiculous at all." That night, the feast lasted until dawn. They danced traditional Amazon war dances, drank wine with the elders, and listened to stories of great heroes past. As sunrise approached, they slipped away from the celebration, climbing to their favorite cliff overlooking the sea. "Happy birthday," Diana said, producing a small package wrapped in silk. "You already gave me a gift," Alexandros protested. She had presented him with a beautifully crafted dagger during the formal ceremony. "That was my official gift. This is just from me." She pushed it into his hands. Inside the wrapping, he found a simple leather cord holding a crystal fragment, a tiny piece of his Kryptonian ship, set in silver. "I asked the craftswomen to help," Diana explained. "So you could carry a piece of your first home with you always." Alexandros stared at it, speechless. "If you don't like it," she began. "It's perfect," he interrupted, slipping it over his head. The crystal fragment rested against his chest, catching the first light of dawn. "Thank you." They sat in comfortable silence as the sun rose, shoulders touching, neither feeling the need to move away. "Do you ever wonder," Alexandros asked eventually, "what would have happened if my ship had landed somewhere else? In the outside world instead of here?" Diana considered the question. "You would be different. Raised by ordinary humans, maybe. Without knowledge of your heritage or proper training for your abilities. I might have been normal." "You could never be normal," she said firmly. "You're Alexandros of Krypton and Themyscira. You're extraordinary no matter where you land." He turned to look at her, their faces close in the golden morning light. "So are you." The moment stretched between them, filled with unspoken possibility. Diana leaned forward slightly, her eyes dropping to his lips. A shout from below broke the spell, Amazon guards changing shifts, calling greetings to each other. Diana pulled back, clearing her throat. "We should get back. Combat training starts in an hour." "Right," Alexandros agreed quickly. "Training." They walked back toward the palace, careful to maintain a proper distance between them. Their combat instructors decided it was time to test them against multiple opponents simultaneously, 10 seasoned Amazon warriors against the 2 teenagers. "This isn't training, it's punishment," Alexandros muttered as they entered the arena. The stands were unusually full, word had spread about the exhibition match. Diana grinned, twirling her sword. "Scared?" Of getting embarrassed in front of half the island? Yes. Remember our strategy, she whispered as their opponents surrounded them. Back to back, I take the flanks, you take whoever comes straight ahead. And no powers, he confirmed. This was a test of their Amazon combat training, not his Kryptonian abilities. General Antiope gave the signal to begin. The warriors attacked in coordinated pairs, expecting to overwhelm the younger fighters quickly. They didn't anticipate how seamlessly Diana and Alexandros worked together, anticipating each other's movements without words. When Diana ducked, Alexandros was already turning to cover the opening. When he pushed forward, she was sliding into the space he created. They moved as mirror images, their years of training together creating an almost telepathic connection. 5 minutes in, 3 Amazon warriors had yielded. After 10 minutes, 3 more were disarmed. The remaining 4 redoubled their efforts, focusing primarily on separating the pair. One warrior managed to hook her staff behind Alexandros's knee while another drove Diana backward. Ow! Diana called, using her childhood nickname for him as she tossed her shield. He caught it instantly, using it to deflect a blow that would have struck his head while simultaneously sweeping the legs from under his attacker. Diana, meanwhile, had somersaulted over her opponent, landing behind her and pressing her blunted training sword to the woman's back. Yield, Diana demanded. The warrior grudgingly complied. 3 remained. They circled warily, recognizing they'd underestimated their young opponents. Getting tired yet? Alexandros called to Diana, his back still against hers. Just warming up, she replied. The next exchange happened so quickly the audience could barely follow, a flurry of strikes, blocks, and counterattacks that ended with Diana disarming one warrior while Alexandros pinned another to the ground. The final Amazon, one of the island's most decorated warriors, faced them alone. Surrender honorably, Diana offered. You fought well. The warrior smiled grimly. A true Amazon never surrenders. She charged, executing a complex attack pattern that forced them to separate. Diana parried a thrust aimed at her throat while Alexandros narrowly avoided a kick to his knee. They found themselves 15 feet apart, the veteran warrior between them. Diana locked eyes with Alexandros and nodded slightly. He stepped back as if retreating. The warrior, sensing advantage, pressed toward Diana. The moment she committed to her attack, Alexandros surged forward. Diana blocked the warrior's sword, allowing Alexandros to slide beneath their crossed blades and sweep the woman's legs from under her. As she fell, Diana placed her boot on the fallen sword while Alexandros rose with his blade at the warrior's throat. Silence fell across the arena. Then General Antiope began to applaud, followed quickly by Queen Hippolyta and eventually the entire audience, except for a small group led by Senator Dorino, who watched with stony expressions. Victory to Princess Diana and Alexandros, Antiope announced. A display worthy of Themyscira's finest traditions. As they left the arena amid cheers, Diana caught Alexandros's arm. We were amazing. You were amazing, he corrected. I was just trying to keep up. Don't be modest. She was still flushed with victory, her eyes bright. We're unstoppable together. That evening, Alexandros found Hippolyta alone in the palace gardens, contemplating a statue of Zeus. May I speak with you, my queen? He asked, bowing with the formality he'd been taught. Always, Alexandros. Hippolyta gestured for him to join her. You fought well today. Thank you. He hesitated. I wanted to ask you something, about my place here. Hippolyta turned to face him fully. Go on. I'm not truly an Amazon, am I? The question had plagued him for years. Despite my upbringing, despite everything I've learned, I remain an outsider. Is that how you see yourself? The queen asked carefully. It's how some see me. He looked down at his hands. Dorino and her followers make no secret of their desire for me to leave once I reach adulthood. And what do you desire? To stay, he said immediately. Themyscira is my home. I want to serve as a warrior, to protect the island and its people. To be worthy of the kindness you showed in raising me. Hippolyta studied him thoughtfully. And does this desire have anything to do with my daughter? Alexandros flushed. Diana is, we are friends. Close friends. Just friends, the queen pressed. I would never presume, he began. Alexandros, Hippolyta interrupted gently. I have watched you grow from an infant to a young man of remarkable character. I have seen how you look at Diana, and how she looks at you. I am a queen, but I am also a mother. He swallowed hard. I care for her. More than I should, perhaps. Love is never simple, especially for those with destiny written into their very existence. Hippolyta sighed. The prophecy bound you together, but choices determine how that bond manifests. Then you're not opposed. I am cautious, she clarified. Diana will one day rule Themyscira. Her path is filled with responsibility and duty. And you? She gestured vaguely upward. Your powers continue to grow. You could likely survive in the outside world that would kill most Amazons instantly. I don't want to leave, Alexandros said firmly. Not now, perhaps. But in time, you may find yourself called to a different purpose. Hippolyta placed a hand on his shoulder. For now, know that your place here is secure as long as I rule. Whatever comes between you and Diana must develop naturally, without pressure from me or anyone else. Alexandros nodded, relieved. Thank you, my queen. As he turned to leave, Hippolyta called after him, and Alexandros? Remember that warriors may be bold in battle, but matters of the heart require even greater courage. Their 18th year brought new responsibilities. Diana began attending royal councils, learning the governance of Themyscira alongside her mother. Alexandros divided his time between advanced combat training and studying the extensive Kryptonian knowledge contained in his ship's crystal. They saw each other less frequently but made the most of their moments together. Race you around the island? Diana suggested one rare free afternoon. Unless you're afraid I'll win again. You cheated last time, Alexandros protested. You took the shortcut through the temple ravine. I never said we couldn't take shortcuts. She grinned. But fine, full coastal circuit only. 3, 2, she took off running before saying, 1. Cheater, he called after her, launching into the air. Their competitive races had become a tradition, Diana using every bit of her Amazon speed and knowledge of the terrain, Alexandros learning to maximize his flight capability. They finished most contests within seconds of each other. This time, they reached the northernmost point of the island simultaneously, Diana sprinting along the beach while Alexandros flew 20 feet above. Getting faster, he noted as they paused momentarily. Or you're getting slower, she teased, barely winded. A scream from nearby interrupted their banter. One of the fishing vessels had capsized in the rough northern waters, and 2 Amazon sailors struggled against the current. Without hesitation, Diana dove into the waves while Alexandros shot through the air toward the overturned boat. The first sailor had been thrown clear but injured her leg on the reef. Diana reached her quickly, supporting her as they swam toward shore. The second sailor was trapped beneath the boat, running out of air in a pocket between the hull and the water. Alexandros plunged beneath the surface, lifting the entire vessel to free the trapped woman before carrying both her and the damaged boat back to the beach. Breathe, he encouraged as the sailor coughed up seawater. Other Amazons from the nearby village arrived, taking charge of the injured women. You saved my life, the trapped sailor told Alexandros once she could speak. I was certain I would drown. He's good for something after all, Diana joked, wringing water from her hair. The woman looked between them with newfound respect. The princess and the Kryptonian. Just as the stories say, protectors who come from different worlds but act as one. Later, walking back to the palace as the sun set, Diana bumped her shoulder against Alexandros's. Nice work today. You too. Though I think I reached my sailor first, so technically I win the race. Rescues don't count toward race results, she argued. And I was halfway back to shore before you even lifted the boat. He laughed. Always competitive. Always right, she corrected, echoing their old exchange. Their eyes met, and the moment stretched between them just as it had on their birthday. This time, there was no interruption. Alexandros stepped closer. Diana. She didn't back away. Yes. I've been wanting to tell you. He hesitated, courage failing. Tell me what, she prompted softly. Instead of answering, he leaned down and kissed her gently. For a heartbeat, she remained motionless. Then her arms wrapped around his neck, and she kissed him back with the same fierce determination she brought to everything. When they finally separated, both slightly breathless, he rested his forehead against hers. That, he said. I've been wanting to tell you that. Diana smiled. You could have told me sooner. I wasn't sure how you'd react. He brushed a strand of wet hair from her face. I'm still not sure what this means for us. It means, she said firmly, that Dorino is going to be very annoyed. They both laughed, the tension broken. Seriously, Diana continued, taking his hand as they resumed walking. We'll figure it out together. Like we do everything. Word spread quickly through Themyscira about the princess and Alexandros. Most Amazons accepted the development with knowing smiles. They had watched the pair grow up together, seen their bond strengthen through years of shared training and adventures. Some, predictably, did not approve. Alexandros was training alone in the remote northeastern practice grounds when 5 Amazon warriors approached. He recognized them immediately as Dorino's most devoted followers. Sisters, he greeted them cautiously, lowering his practice sword. What brings you to this corner of the island? We come with a warning, the eldest said. Your relationship with Princess Diana must end. Alexandros sighed. My personal matters are not your concern. When they involve our future queen, they concern all Amazons. The woman stepped closer. You overreach, boy. You were allowed to stay on Themyscira out of mercy, not to corrupt our princess with your affections. Diana makes her own choices, Alexandros replied evenly. As do I. Poor choices, influenced by your alien nature. Another warrior circled behind him. Perhaps you've used your strange powers to bewitch her. Alexandros laughed despite himself. Anyone who knows Diana knows she can't be bewitched into anything. Enough talk. The first woman drew her sword. We've come to deliver a more persuasive message. One that will convince you to distance yourself from the princess. All 5 warriors now surrounded him, weapons drawn. You're making a mistake, Alexandros warned, dropping into a defensive stance. The mistake was allowing you to remain here past childhood. The leader lunged forward, her blade aimed at his chest. Alexandros could have used his speed to avoid the attack, his strength to disarm them all in seconds, or his heat vision to melt their weapons. Instead, he defended himself using only the Amazon combat techniques he'd been taught, refusing to give them reason to fear his Kryptonian abilities. He deflected the first strike and dodged the second, moving with fluid grace despite being outnumbered. When one warrior attempted to strike from behind, he caught her blade between his palms, twisting it free without breaking it. I don't want to fight you, he said, backing toward the cliff edge. We're all Amazons here. You will never be Amazon, one shouted, charging forward. Alexandros sidestepped, using her momentum to send her stumbling past, but another warrior slashed across his arm, drawing blood. The sight of his injury seemed to encourage them. They pressed their advantage, working as a coordinated unit to force him backward until he stood at the very edge of the cliff, waves crashing against the rocks below. Jump or fight with your full strength, the leader demanded. Show us the monster you truly are. Alexandros looked down at the jagged rocks, then back at the warriors. He could fly away, but that would mean abandoning the confrontation without resolution. "I am no monster," he said calmly. "I am Alexandros of Themyscira and Krypton. I was raised by Queen Hippolyta alongside Princess Diana. I have trained under General Antiope and sworn to protect this island with my life." Pretty words from an unwanted outsider, one warrior sneered. "If I am an outsider," he replied, "then so was every Amazon when you first came to this island. You were refugees from the world of men, just as I am a refugee from a destroyed planet. Themyscira gave us all a second chance." His words gave them pause, but not for long. "Surrender and swear to end your relationship with the princess," the leader demanded. "I will not," Alexandros stated firmly. "Diana and I will chart our own course, as the prophecy foretold." "Then you leave us no choice." All five moved to attack simultaneously. A commanding voice stopped them cold. "Enough." Diana stood at the practice ground entrance, sword drawn, her expression thunderous. "Step away from him. Now." "Princess," the lead warrior bowed slightly but didn't lower her weapon. "We act for the good of Themyscira." "You act without honor." 5 against 1, Diana countered, moving to stand beside Alexandros. "And without authority. Did my mother sanction this ambush?" The warriors exchanged uncomfortable glances. "As I thought," Diana continued. "Return to the city. Your actions will be reported to the Senate." "Princess, you don't understand," one began. "I understand perfectly." Diana's voice could have frozen the sun itself. "You fear what you don't comprehend. You attack what you fear. This is not the Amazon way." Reluctantly, the warriors sheathed their weapons and departed, casting dark glances over their shoulders. Once they were gone, Diana turned to examine Alexandros's wounded arm. "Are you all right?" "I've had worse during training," he assured her, though the cut stung considerably. "You could have beaten them easily," she noted. "Why hold back?" "Because proving I'm dangerous would only reinforce what they already believe." He shrugged. "Besides, I knew you'd show up eventually." Diana raised an eyebrow. "Oh. You were waiting for rescue?" "Not rescue." He smiled. "Back up. We're better together, remember?" She touched the crystal fragment that still hung around his neck. "Always." The incident with Dorino's followers forced Queen Hippolyta to address the situation publicly. She summoned the full Senate and royal court, with Diana and Alexandros standing before the assembly. "For 18 years, Hippolyta began, we have raised a child of the stars among us. We have taught him our ways, our history, our values. Alexandros has proven himself worthy of our trust through his actions, his character, and his dedication to Themyscira." Murmurs of agreement rippled through much of the assembly. Some question his place here because of his gender, his origin, or now, his relationship with Princess Diana. The Queen's gaze swept over Dorino's faction. "Let me be clear, Themyscira was created as a haven for those who seek wisdom, justice, and peace. Our isolation from the world of men was necessary because of their corruption and violence, not because of some inherent flaw in their gender." Senator Dorino rose to her feet. "With respect, my queen, our traditions evolve," Hippolyta interrupted. "When I formed the Amazons, we were warriors fighting against oppression. When the gods granted us this island, we became guardians of knowledge and peace. When Diana was formed from clay, we became mothers as well as sisters. Change is the only constant in an eternal life. And what change do you propose now?" Dorino demanded. "That we accept a male, an alien male with godlike powers, as a potential consort to our future queen. That we abandon thousands of years of tradition because of a childhood attachment." Diana stepped forward. "It is not merely attachment, Senator. Alexandros and I share a destiny foretold by the oracle herself. We are stronger together than apart. Whatever threatens Themyscira in the future, we will face it as one. Pretty sentiments, Dorino scoffed. But prophecies are notoriously difficult to interpret. Perhaps your destinies are linked, but that doesn't necessitate romantic involvement. No, Diana agreed. But my heart does. A ripple of surprise went through the assembly at her boldness. Alexandros moved to stand beside her. I have loved Diana since before I understood what love meant, he said simply. I would give my life for her, for Queen Hippolyta, for any Amazon, for this island. I ask only for the chance to prove myself worthy not just as an Amazon warrior, but as someone who might someday stand at Diana's side as her equal. Equal? Dorino laughed bitterly. You presume much, boy. I presume nothing, Alexandros replied calmly. I will earn whatever place I am granted, through service and sacrifice if necessary. Queen Hippolyta raised her hand for silence. Enough debate. I have reached my decision. She descended from her throne to stand before Alexandros. Kneel. He complied immediately, head bowed. Alexandros of Krypton and Themyscira, Hippolyta pronounced formally. You have been raised as an Amazon, trained as an Amazon, and have demonstrated the values we hold sacred. Today I name you officially as a warrior of Themyscira, with all rights and responsibilities that entails. Gasps and murmurs filled the chamber. Rise, warrior, the queen commanded. As Alexandros stood, Hippolyta continued, as for your relationship with my daughter, I neither bless nor forbid it. You are both young, with centuries of life ahead. Time will reveal whether your bond is fleeting passion or enduring love. Diana stepped forward. Mother, patience, daughter, Hippolyta counseled. You have eternity to discover your path together. The queen turned back to address the full assembly. Let there be no more talk of exile or separation. The oracle's prophecy bound these two together for a purpose that will become clear in time. Until then, we shall respect their journey and judge only their actions, not their hearts. In the days that followed, most Amazons accepted the queen's decree, treating Alexandros with new respect, not just as Diana's companion but as a recognized warrior of Themyscira. Even some of Dorino's faction softened their stance, impressed by his restraint during the ambush. Dorino herself, however, withdrew to her quarters in the ancient Eastern temple, refusing visitors and Senate meetings alike. She'll come around, Diana told Alexandros as they walked along the beach at sunset. Eventually. I'm not sure she will, he replied. Some beliefs run too deep to change. Diana shrugged. Then she'll be miserable while we're happy. Her choice. Alexandros smiled, taking her hand. Are you happy? Incredibly, Diana confirmed. Though also slightly terrified. Of what? The future. She looked out across the ocean toward the barrier that separated Themyscira from the outside world. The oracle said we'd face darkness from both worlds. What if that means we can't stay here forever? What if we're meant to leave Themyscira someday? Alexandros followed her gaze. Would that be so terrible? To see the world beyond? Maybe not. But it would be different. Diana squeezed his hand. Everything would be different. Not everything, he promised. Whatever comes, we face it together. That part doesn't change. Diana turned to him, moonlight reflecting in her eyes. Together, she agreed, sealing the word with a kiss. Behind them, the stars emerged above Themyscira, the island that had given a home to both a princess formed from clay and a son of distant stars. Whatever destiny awaited them, whether as defenders of the Amazons or champions of worlds beyond, their story had only just begun. Chapter 2, Trials of the Outsider Prince. The eastern sky turned pink as Alexandros soared above Themyscira's highest peak. The crisp morning air rushed past his face, carrying the scent of salt and olive groves from below. He'd been practicing flight maneuvers since dawn, sharp turns, sudden stops, increasing his speed without losing control. Show off. Diana's voice carried up from the mountaintop where she stood watching, hands on hips. Alexandros grinned and dove toward her, pulling up at the last second to hover just above the ground. Jealous? Please, Diana scoffed. Who needs flight when you can do this? She sprinted toward the cliff edge and leapt, executing a perfect somersault before landing on a ledge 30 feet below. Impressive, Alexandros called down. But can you do this? He shot straight up, became a blur against the clouds, then plummeted back down in a tight spiral that created a small whirlwind around her. Diana laughed, swatting at the miniature cyclone. All right, you win this round. She climbed back up to the summit with practiced ease. How fast can you go now? I broke the sound barrier yesterday, he admitted. Scared a flock of seagulls half to death. Seriously? That's incredible. Her eyes lit up with the competitive gleam he knew so well. Take me with you. Diana, come on. She stepped closer, bumping his shoulder. You've carried me before. Not at that speed. I can handle it. Her chin lifted in that stubborn way that meant argument was pointless. Unless you're scared I'll throw off your balance. Alexandros shook his head, smiling. Fine. But we start slow and build up gradually. She stepped into his arms without hesitation, wrapping her own around his neck. Despite months of officially acknowledged romance, her closeness still sent his heart racing. Ready? He asked. Born ready. They rose gently at first, climbing above the mountain. Diana's excitement was palpable as they accelerated, her grip tightening slightly. This is amazing, she breathed as the entire island spread beneath them. Faster. Alexandros complied, gradually increasing their speed until Themyscira blurred beneath them. Wind whipped Diana's hair back, but she showed no sign of discomfort, only exhilaration. More, she demanded. He pushed harder, flying out over the ocean where the magical barrier shimmered faintly in the distance. They left a wake across the water's surface as they skimmed just above it. Hold tight, he warned. I'm going vertical. Diana pressed closer as he abruptly changed direction, shooting straight up toward the clouds. Her laughter in his ear was the purest sound he'd ever heard. As they burst through a cloud bank, he began a wide spiral, giving her a dizzying 360 view of the island and surrounding sea. I want to try something, Diana said suddenly. Drop me. What? No. Just for a moment. Then catch me. Her eyes sparkled with challenge. I trust you. Diana, if I miss, you won't. She was already loosening her grip. On 3. Before he could protest further, she counted down and pushed herself free, spreading her arms wide as she fell. Alexandros's heart nearly stopped as he watched her plummet for a full second, then he dove after her, calculating velocity and trajectory in his head. He caught her just as she broke through the cloud layer, cradling her body against his. Are you insane? He demanded, though there was no real anger in his voice. Diana's smile was radiant. Admit it. That was fun. Terrifying, he corrected. But he was smiling too. The greatest rewards come from the greatest risks, she quoted, one of General Antiope's favorite sayings. As they descended toward the training grounds, Alexandros noticed a crowd gathering below. Looks like we have an audience. Diana peered down. That's Dorino with the Senate delegation. And my mother. On second thought, maybe we should fly somewhere else. Too late. They've spotted us. Diana sighed. Better face whatever this is. They landed gracefully in the center of the training yard, Alexandros setting Diana down gently before her mother. Queen Hippolyta's expression revealed nothing, but Senator Dorino looked like she'd bitten into something sour. Daughter, Hippolyta greeted. Alexandros. I see you've been testing the limits of your abilities. Just morning exercise, mother, Diana replied innocently. Indeed. The Queen's lips twitched slightly, almost a smile. The Senate has called an emergency session. Your presence is requested. Both of us? Alexandros asked. Specifically you, Dorino interjected. Though the princess may attend as well. Diana's eyes narrowed. What's this about, Senator? A matter of tradition and qualification, Dorino replied vaguely. All will be explained in the proper forum. The Senate chamber hummed with tension as Alexandros and Diana entered behind Queen Hippolyta. Every seat was filled, with additional Amazons standing along the walls, an unusual turnout for an unscheduled session. Alexandros kept his expression neutral, but he mentally catalogued potential threats and exits, a habit he'd developed since the cliff ambush months earlier. He counted at least 15 of Dorino's most ardent supporters strategically positioned throughout the chamber. The queen took her ceremonial seat while Diana and Alexandros remained standing before the Senate. I call this session to order, Hippolyta announced. Senator Dorino has requested the floor on a matter of urgent importance. Proceed, Senator. Dorino rose, her aged but powerful frame commanding attention. Esteemed sisters, Queen Hippolyta, Princess Diana, I come before you today to address an oversight in our implementation of Themysciran law. She turned to face Alexandros directly. 6 months ago, our queen named you a warrior of Themyscira. Yet you have never completed the trials of Athena that all Amazon warriors must pass before taking their oath. Murmurs rippled through the chamber. Is this true? Diana asked her mother quietly. Hippolyta inclined her head slightly. The trials are traditionally undertaken in a warrior's 20th year. Alexandros is only 19. Yet he already enjoys the privileges of Amazon rank, Dorino countered. He attends war councils, trains with sacred weapons, and has access to restricted knowledge. If he is truly to be considered one of us, should he not be held to the same standards? Alexandros stepped forward. What exactly are you proposing, Senator? That you undergo the 3 trials of Athena, Dorino stated. Immediately, rather than waiting for your 20th year. If you pass, none can question your status as a true Amazon warrior. If you fail. She let the implication hang. This is ridiculous, Diana began hotly, but Alexandros touched her arm. No, she's right, he said calmly. I've received special treatment my entire life, some positive, some negative, all because of my unique situation. If there's a way to remove any doubt about my place here, I welcome it. Dorino looked momentarily taken aback by his ready agreement. Queen Hippolyta studied him thoughtfully. The trials are not to be undertaken lightly, Alexandros. They test not just strength and skill, but wisdom, courage, and character. Many Amazons require multiple attempts to complete them successfully. I understand the risk, he replied. But I accept the challenge. Very well. Hippolyta turned to address the Senate. Let it be recorded that Alexandros of Themyscira and Krypton has volunteered to undergo the trials of Athena ahead of the traditional schedule. The first trial will commence at dawn tomorrow. As the session adjourned, Diana pulled Alexandros aside. What were you thinking? Dorino is clearly setting you up. Probably, he agreed. But refusing would only confirm what her faction believes, that I expect special treatment. These trials aren't just difficult, Al. They're specifically designed to test Amazon abilities and values. Some of the challenges might target your unique vulnerabilities. Alexandros raised an eyebrow. You think I have vulnerabilities? Everyone does. Her expression softened. Even you. Then help me prepare. He took her hands in his. Tell me everything about these trials. We have until dawn. Sunset found them in the royal library, surrounded by ancient scrolls detailing past trials. The first is always the trial of retrieval, Diana explained, pointing to illustrations of Amazon warriors venturing into various dangerous locations. You'll be sent to recover an artifact from somewhere no ordinary human could reach. Alexandros studied the images. Like climbing an impossible mountain or diving to the ocean floor. Those were used centuries ago. Diana unrolled another scroll. More recently, they've favored the forest of shadows at the western edge of the island. It's surrounded by magic that dampens unnatural powers. My powers, you mean? Any powers beyond normal Amazon strength and skill, she clarified. Even the gifts Athena bestowed upon our greatest champions fail there. It forces reliance on training and wit. Alexandros frowned. So I'll essentially be powerless? Not completely. The effect strengthens the deeper you go, but you'll retain some abilities near the perimeter. Diana laid a hand on his arm. Your Amazon combat training will serve you better than your Kryptonian powers anyway. What's the artifact I'll need to retrieve? Different for every warrior. Diana shrugged. They'll decide tomorrow. Alexandros moved to the next scroll. And the second trial? Combat against a champion chosen by the Senate. She rolled her eyes. 3 guesses who Dorino will select. Artemis? Alexandros guessed. The red-haired warrior was widely considered the island's fiercest combatant after General Antiope. Almost certainly. Diana nodded. The twist is that you must defeat your opponent without causing serious harm. It tests control and discipline. Alexandros nodded thoughtfully. And the third trial? Diana's expression grew more serious. The Cave of Truth. It's difficult to explain. The cave contains ancient magic that forces you to confront your deepest fears and doubts. Illusions that feel completely real, testing your courage and conviction. How do you pass that one? By finding your way through the darkness, literally and figuratively. By facing your worst fears without breaking. She squeezed his hand. That's the trial where most fail, at least the first attempt. Alexandros absorbed this information silently. After a moment, he asked, "Did you complete these trials?" "Last summer," Diana confirmed. "While you were studying with the astronomers." "You never told me." She looked away. "We're not supposed to discuss the specifics of our own trials. Each Amazon's experience is unique." "Were they difficult?" "For you?" Diana hesitated. "The third was challenging." He wanted to ask more but respected the tradition. Instead, he pulled her into a hug. "Thank you for preparing me." She rested her head against his chest. "Just come back to me in one piece, okay? Dorino may have designed this to humiliate you, but these trials can be genuinely dangerous." "I know." He kissed the top of her head. "But I have to do this. Not just to satisfy the Senate, but for myself. I need to know I've earned my place here by the same standards as any Amazon." Dawn broke crisp and clear over the western shores of Themyscira. A large crowd had gathered at the edge of the Forest of Shadows, a dense woodland where the trees grew impossibly tall and close together, their canopy blocking almost all sunlight. Even from a distance, the air around the forest seemed to shimmer with arcane energy. Alexandros stood with Diana and Queen Hippolyta as Senator Dorino approached, flanked by the trials committee. "The first trial begins now," Dorino announced formally. "Alexandros of Krypton and Themyscira, you are tasked with retrieving the golden arrow of Artemis from the heart of shadows." Diana inhaled sharply beside him. Alexandros glanced at her questioningly. "The heart is the very center of the forest," she whispered. "The deepest, darkest part where the dampening effect is strongest." Dorino continued, "You must enter alone, retrieve the arrow, and return before sunset. You may take only a standard-issue sword and shield. No other weapons, tools, or assistants are permitted." "I understand," Alexandros replied, accepting the offered equipment from General Antiope. "The path forward is yours to find," Antiope told him quietly. "Trust your Amazon training." Hippolyta stepped forward. "May Athena guide your steps." As Alexandros prepared to enter the forest, Diana caught his arm. "Remember, the shadows aren't just darkness. They can play tricks on your mind. Stay focused on your goal. He nodded, squared his shoulders, and walked into the tree line. The effect was immediate, like walking through a curtain of water. He felt a strange resistance against his skin. When he tried a small jump, he rose only a few inches off the ground instead of his usual effortless float. Already working, he muttered to himself, adjusting to the sensation of diminished power. The forest grew darker with each step, the trees more twisted, the undergrowth thicker. After 10 minutes of walking, Alexandros paused to get his bearings. The entrance was no longer visible behind him, and the canopy overhead blocked any view of the sun that might help him navigate. He tried to recall the maps Diana had shown him. The heart of shadows should lie due west from the entrance, but the forest seemed designed to confuse one's sense of direction. A faint sound caught his attention, like distant laughter. He turned toward it, sword ready, but saw nothing in the gloom. Focus, he reminded himself. Find the center, retrieve the arrow, get out. He chose a direction that felt like west and pressed forward. The going became increasingly difficult, with roots that seemed to deliberately tangle underfoot and branches that swung low without warning. His skin prickled with the sensation of being watched. When the laughter came again, it sounded like Diana. He hesitated, knowing it couldn't really be her, yet the sound was so familiar. "This way, Al," her voice called from his right. "Not real," he muttered, continuing straight ahead. "Just the shadows playing tricks." A branch whipped across his face, drawing blood. Alexandros wiped it away, surprised. Normally such an impact wouldn't even bruise his skin. His powers were fading more rapidly than he'd anticipated. After another half-hour of struggling forward, he noticed something odd, a pattern in the trees that seemed deliberately placed. He stopped, studying the arrangement more carefully. "It's a marker," he realized aloud. Small glyphs had been carved into certain tree trunks, almost invisible unless you knew to look for them. Ancient Amazon symbols for direction. Feeling more confident, Alexandros followed the subtle signs, though the path they indicated twisted and turned in ways that seemed counterintuitive. The forest grew darker still, and the air became thick, almost suffocating. A rustle of movement behind him made him whirl around. Nothing visible, but the hairs on his neck stood up. "Show yourself," he commanded, sword raised. Only silence answered, but when he turned back, the path ahead had changed. Where there had been clear markers before, now multiple paths stretched in different directions. "Illusion," he reminded himself. "Trust the training." Alexandros closed his eyes, recalling Antiope's lessons on perception beyond sight. He listened to the forest, feeling the subtle air currents against his skin, sensing the true path forward through means other than vision. When he opened his eyes, he chose the middle path with confidence. The journey continued for hours, each step requiring more effort than the last. By midday, though he could only guess at the time, sweat poured down his face, and his muscles ached in ways he'd never experienced. His Kryptonian resilience had almost completely faded. The laughter and voices continued to taunt him from the shadows. Sometimes Diana, sometimes Hippolyta, occasionally his Kryptonian father from the recording, all calling him in different directions, trying to lead him astray. Finally, the trees opened into a small clearing dominated by a stone pedestal. Atop it, gleaming despite the gloom, lay a golden arrow. The heart of shadows, Alexandros breathed, relief washing over him. As he approached the pedestal, movement caught his eye. From the shadows opposite emerged a figure that made him freeze mid-step. Diana stood there, but not the Diana he knew. This version wore strange armor, carried a glowing lasso, and regarded him with cold unfamiliarity. "Who are you?" the phantom Diana demanded. "What are you doing here?" "I'm Alexandros of Themyscira," he replied cautiously, knowing this must be another illusion. "I've come for the arrow of Artemis." The figure laughed, but the sound held no warmth. "Alexandros? There is no Amazon by that name." She studied him more closely. "You look like..." "No, it cannot be." "Kal-El?" The name, his Kryptonian birth name, startled him. "How do you know that name?" "In my world, you were found by humans in a place called Kansas," the Phantom Diana explained. "You grew up as Clark Kent, became a hero called Superman. We fought together, sometimes against each other." Alexandros felt a chill run down his spine. This didn't feel like a simple illusion, there was too much specific detail, too much conviction in her words. "This is a trick," he decided aloud. "The forest showing me what might have been to distract me from my purpose." The Phantom Diana shook her head. "Not a trick. A glimpse across worlds. I am Wonder Woman of the Justice League. In my reality, you never came to Themyscira. We met as adults, allies but strangers. And are we, close, in your world?" Alexandros couldn't help asking. Something like sadness crossed her features. "Friends. Colleagues. Sometimes more, sometimes less. But never what you seem to have here." She gestured around them. "This world where you grew up among Amazons, it's a path not taken in my reality." Alexandros stepped toward the pedestal, keeping an eye on the Phantom. "I need to complete my trial." "Take the arrow," she agreed. "But remember what you've seen here. Some futures are fixed across all worlds, Kal-El. Some dangers come for you no matter what path you walk." "What dangers?" he asked, hand hovering over the arrow. "Brainiac," she said simply. "He hunts Kryptonians across all realities. He will find you, even here." The name meant nothing to Alexandros, but it sent a shiver through him nonetheless. "Who is Brainiac?" "A collector of worlds. A being of vast intelligence who destroyed much of Krypton's knowledge before its end." The Phantom Diana began to fade. "He senses you now, the last son of Krypton hidden on this island. Prepare yourself." Alexandros grabbed the golden arrow as the Phantom vanished completely. "Wait. Tell me more." Only silence answered. The clearing remained empty except for him, with no evidence the strange encounter had ever occurred. Not real, he told himself, though doubt lingered. Just the forest playing with my mind. Arrow in hand, he turned to retrace his steps, but found the clearing now had only one exit, different from where he'd entered. With no other choice, he followed this new path, moving as quickly as his diminished state allowed. The return journey proved even more challenging than the approach. The forest seemed actively hostile now, with thorny vines appearing underfoot and branches swinging like club-wielding opponents. Without his powers, Alexandros relied entirely on his Amazon combat training, ducking, rolling, slashing with precision to clear his path. Something large moved through the trees parallel to his course, too substantial to be mere shadow, too deliberate to be wildlife. Alexandros adjusted his grip on his sword. "Show yourself," he called again. A massive shape lunged from the darkness, a beast with the body of a lion and the head of a woman, her face contorted in feral rage. "Sphinx," Alexandros identified, dropping into a defensive stance. The mythological guardian wasn't supposed to be part of the trial, but he had no time to question its presence as it charged. He rolled beneath its first swipe, coming up to slash at its flank. The blade barely penetrated its hide. The Sphinx roared and spun with surprising agility, its tail whipping toward his head. Alexandros blocked with his shield but was still thrown several feet by the impact. He scrambled up as the creature stalked toward him. "Answer my riddle, man-child, and I might let you pass," the Sphinx growled, its woman's face twisted in a cruel smile. "I don't have time for games," Alexandros replied, circling warily. "Then die," it snarled, leaping toward him. Alexandros waited until the last possible moment before diving aside, letting the creature crash into a tree behind him. Before it could recover, he vaulted onto its back, driving his sword into the base of its skull with all his remaining strength. The Sphinx convulsed once, then collapsed. To Alexandros' surprise, its body dissolved into shadow, leaving no trace. "Definitely not part of the standard trial," he muttered, retrieving his sword. The encounter had cost him precious time. The forest's ambient light, dim to begin with, was fading further, sunset approaching. If he failed to exit before dark, he would fail the trial. Pushing through exhaustion, he increased his pace, following instinct and the occasional marker when he could spot one. The voices continued their taunting, louder now, more insistent. "You're lost," his Kryptonian father's voice echoed. "You don't belong in either world. You'll never be a true Amazon," Dorino's voice sneered from the darkness. "I believed in you," Hippolyta's voice said sadly. "How disappointing." Alexandros gritted his teeth and pressed on, focusing solely on his footing and the path ahead. When a root caught his ankle, sending him sprawling, he lost his grip on the golden arrow. It tumbled into thick underbrush. No. He dropped to his knees, frantically searching through thorns that tore at his hands. Blood made his fingers slippery as he dug through the vegetation. Finally, a gleam of gold caught his eye. The arrow had landed in a small hollow beneath twisted roots. As Alexandros reached for it, he noticed something else, a metallic object partially buried in the soil. Curiosity momentarily overrode urgency. He brushed away dirt to reveal a small device unlike anything of Amazon design. It resembled no human technology he'd ever seen in books, either. The object pulsed with faint light, its surface covered in circuit-like patterns. "What in Hades?" Alexandros murmured, pocketing both the arrow and the strange device. Questions would have to wait, sunset was imminent. With renewed determination, he fought his way through the forest's final defenses. As true darkness fell, he glimpsed light ahead, torches at the forest's edge where the Amazons awaited. Alexandros burst from the tree line just as the last sliver of sun disappeared below the horizon, collapsing to one knee before Queen Hippolyta, Diana, and the assembled witnesses. He raised the golden arrow triumphantly. "Cutting it rather close," Diana remarked, though relief shone plain on her face as she helped him to his feet. General Antiope examined the arrow to confirm its authenticity. "The first trial is completed successfully." Senator Dorino looked less pleased. "Barely. He returned at the final moment. The requirement is to return before darkness falls completely," Hippolyta stated firmly. "He has done so. The trial is passed." As the crowd began to disperse, Diana supported Alexandros toward the healing chambers. "You look terrible," she told him frankly. "What happened in there?" "The forest isn't usually quite so damaging." Alexandros waited until they were out of earshot before responding. "Something strange happened, Diana. I saw another you." Her eyebrows rose. "The shadows create illusions, this felt different." He described the encounter with the alternate Diana, the warning about Brainiac, and the unexpected Sphinx attack. Diana frowned. "That's not typical. The forest tests determination and resourcefulness, but specific warnings and hostile creatures? That's unusual. There's more." Alexandros reached into his pocket and produced the strange device. "I found this buried in the forest floor." Diana took it carefully, turning it over in her hands. "This isn't Amazon technology. It's not Kryptonian either, at least not like anything in my ship's database." Alexandros grimaced as a healer began cleaning his wounds. "Something is happening, Diana. First that warning, now this device. We should show my mother," Diana decided, "but not yet. After you've completed all 3 trials, when Dorino has less influence over the proceedings. Until then, I'll keep this safe." Alexandros nodded tiredly. "The second trial, when does it happen?" "Tomorrow at midday," Diana replied. "The combat trial. And my opponent?" "Artemis, as we expected." Diana squeezed his hand. "Rest tonight. You'll need your full strength tomorrow." Despite the healer's best efforts, Alexandros woke the next morning with aching muscles and partially healed cuts from his forest ordeal. His Kryptonian regeneration, usually instantaneous, had been slowed by the forest's magical effects. "You should still be in bed," Diana scolded when she found him practicing sword forms in the private training yard behind the palace. "I need to be ready," he replied, executing a complex attack pattern despite his evident discomfort. "Artemis won't go easy on me." "She shouldn't have to," came a new voice. They turned to find Artemis herself standing at the yard entrance, her signature twin short swords sheathed at her hips. The tall, red-haired warrior was Themyscira's combat champion, undefeated in formal contests for nearly a century. Alexandros straightened, offering the traditional Amazon salute of respect. "Champion Artemis." "Save the formalities for the arena," she replied, striding forward to examine him critically. "You look half dead already." "I've had worse training sessions with General Antiope," he assured her. Artemis snorted. "Brave words." She turned to Diana. "Princess, may I speak with your friend alone?" Diana hesitated, glancing at Alexandros, who nodded slightly. "I'll see you at the arena," she said before departing, though not without a suspicious backward glance. Once they were alone, Artemis's posture relaxed marginally. "I did not volunteer to be your opponent," she stated flatly. "I assumed Dorino selected you." "She did." Artemis picked up a practice sword, testing its weight. "She expects me to humiliate you." Alexandros matched her frankness. "Will you?" "I will fight with my full skill, as I would against any worthy opponent." She pointed the sword at him. "The question is whether you will do the same." "The trial requires that I defeat you without causing harm," he reminded her. "A technicality," Artemis waved dismissively. "The real test is whether you can balance restraint with effective combat. Too much restraint and you'll lose, too little and you'll injure your opponent." "I understand the challenge." "Do you?" Artemis stepped closer. "Your Kryptonian strength makes true restraint difficult. One miscalculation could break bones." Alexandros met her gaze steadily. "I've spent my life learning to control my abilities. I won't hurt you." "Your confidence borders on arrogance," she observed, though without rancor. "But I appreciate the sentiment." She returned the practice sword to its rack. "One piece of advice, if you'll take it." "Of course. Fight as an Amazon today, not as Krypton's last son." Artemis's expression softened slightly. "I have watched you grow from a strange child into a formidable warrior. Your Amazon training is more ingrained than you realize, trust it." With that cryptic guidance, she departed, leaving Alexandros to contemplate her words as he prepared for the coming trial. The combat arena filled to capacity by midday. Unlike the secluded Forest of Shadows, the second trial was traditionally a public spectacle. Every Amazon on the island seemed to have gathered to watch Alexandros face their champion. He stood at the eastern entrance, adjusting the ceremonial armor provided for the trial, standard issue for all participants, with no special accommodations for his unusual physiology. Diana helped him secure the final bracer. "Remember, this isn't about brute strength," she advised quietly. "It's about skill, strategy, and control." "Artemis said something similar this morning," he replied. "She told me to fight as an Amazon, not a Kryptonian." Diana looked surprised. "Good advice, actually. Artemis is honorable, she wants a fair contest. Unlike some others." Alexandros nodded toward the royal box where Dorino sat beside Queen Hippolyta, looking expectant. "Ignore her. Focus only on your opponent and the objective." Diana squeezed his arm. "You can do this." "Princess Diana," General Antiope called from the arena entrance. "It's time." Diana kissed him quickly. "For luck," she whispered before joining her mother in the royal box. Alexandros took a deep breath and stepped into the sunlight. The crowd's roar washed over him as he crossed the sand toward the center of the arena. From the opposite entrance, Artemis emerged, resplendent in her own ceremonial armor, her red hair braided tightly against her head. They met in the center circle where Antiope waited to officiate. The second trial of Athena, combat of discipline, the general announced, her voice carrying across the hushed arena. Alexandros of Themyscira and Krypton will face champion Artemis in single combat. Victory is achieved by forcing your opponent to yield or rendering them unable to continue. However, she fixed Alexandros with a stern look, any serious injury inflicted results in immediate failure. This trial tests not just combat skill but control and respect for your opponent. Alexandros and Artemis saluted each other formally. "Choose your weapons," Antiope instructed, gesturing to the rack beside her. Artemis selected her customary twin short swords. Alexandros hesitated, then chose a quarterstaff, a defensive weapon that would minimize the risk of accidental injury. Antiope raised her arm. "Begin when ready." She stepped back, leaving the opponents facing each other across the circle. Artemis didn't wait for Alexandros to settle into position. She launched forward with blinding speed, both swords slashing in a scissoring motion that would have decapitated a slower opponent. Alexandros barely managed to raise his staff in time to block, the impact reverberating up his arms. "Good reflexes," Artemis commented, disengaging smoothly to circle left. "But reflexes alone won't save you." She attacked again, this time feinting high before striking low, aiming for his knees. Alexandros jumped over the sweeping blade, using his staff to vault completely over Artemis's head, landing behind her. The crowd gasped at the display of agility. Even without using his full Kryptonian abilities, his physical prowess exceeded normal Amazon limits. Artemis spun to face him, a new respect in her eyes. "Impressive. But acrobatics aren't victory." "Just warming up," Alexandros replied, now pressing his own attack, a series of quick thrusts with the staff that forced Artemis to give ground. For several minutes, they exchanged blows at a pace that blurred their movements. Alexandros was conscious of maintaining just enough restraint to prevent serious injury while still fighting effectively. It required constant calculation, applying precise pressure, pulling punches at the last microsecond, absorbing impacts he could have avoided to maintain the illusion of a more even match. Despite his care, Artemis landed several cuts on his arms and one across his cheek. The shallow wound stung but didn't compromise his performance. "You're holding back," Artemis observed during a momentary pause as they circled each other. "Don't insult me with false struggle." "The trial requires restraint," he reminded her. "Restraint, yes. Pretense, no." She attacked with renewed vigor, her blades a whirlwind of lethal intent. "Show me what Diana sees in you, Kryptonian." The challenge sparked something in Alexandros. He increased his speed marginally, meeting her assault with more assertive defense. When she overextended on a thrust, he swept her feet with the staff, sending her rolling across the sand. Artemis recovered instantly, but Alexandros pressed his advantage, forcing her into a defensive posture for the first time. The crowd's energy built with each exchange, Amazons calling encouragement to both combatants. In the royal box, Diana leaned forward intently, while Queen Hippolyta maintained regal composure. Dorino's scowl deepened as Alexandros held his own against their champion. The fight continued, both warriors now covered in sweat and minor wounds. Alexandros began to feel the previous day's exertions, his movements fractionally slower, his blocks less precise. Artemis, sensing his fatigue, increased the tempo of her attacks. "Yield," she suggested after landing a particularly effective slash across his thigh. No shame in recognizing superior skill. "Not yet," Alexandros grunted, deflecting her follow-up strike. The cut on his thigh hampered his mobility, forcing adaptation. He switched to a more grounded fighting style, using the staff's reach to keep Artemis at bay while conserving energy. As the battle approached the half-hour mark, longer than most Amazon combat trials, Artemis executed a brilliant combination that shattered Alexandros' staff, leaving him weaponless. The crowd roared, sensing the end was near. Artemis moved in for the finishing blow, both swords raised. In that crucial moment, Alexandros made his decision. Rather than avoiding the attack or grabbing a replacement weapon from the rack, he stepped directly toward Artemis, inside her guard. Her blade sliced air where he should have been as he caught her wrists in a grip just strong enough to immobilize without bruising. Their faces inches apart, he said quietly, "Yield, champion Artemis." She struggled briefly, testing his hold, then smiled. "Clever move." Louder, for all to hear, she added, "I yield to Alexandros of Themyscira." The arena erupted, half in cheers, half in shocked exclamations. No opponent had forced Artemis to yield in living memory. Alexandros released her immediately, stepping back to bow in respect. Artemis returned the gesture, genuine approval in her expression. "Well fought, Amazon," she said, emphasizing the final word. General Antiope approached, examining both combatants for serious injuries before raising Alexandros's arm. "The second trial is completed successfully. Alexandros has demonstrated both combat excellence and appropriate restraint." In the royal box, Diana beamed with pride while Queen Hippolyta nodded approval. Only Dorino looked displeased, whispering urgently to her closest allies. As Alexandros limped from the arena, supported by Diana, he caught sight of something unusual in the crowd, a brief metallic glint where no armor should have been. He squinted, focusing his enhanced vision, but whatever caused the reflection had vanished. "Did you see that?" he asked Diana. "See what?" "Something in the eastern stands." It looked mechanical. He shook his head. "Maybe I imagined it." Diana's expression grew serious. "Like the device from the forest?" "Possibly." Alexandros winced as a healer began treating his leg wound. Two unusual sightings in 2 days seems beyond coincidence. "I agree." Diana glanced around to ensure they weren't overheard. "After your final trial tomorrow, we investigate properly. For now, you need rest and healing." Alexandros caught her hand. "Diana, there's something else. During the fight, I felt different. Not weaker, exactly, but changed. Like my powers were fluctuating. The trial's magic, perhaps. No, the combat arena has no power-dampening spells." He frowned. "It reminded me of how I felt years ago when we discovered a piece of meteorite that made me nauseous." Diana's eyes widened with understanding. "You think someone brought kryptonite into the arena? But how would they even know about that vulnerability? We've kept it secret since we discovered its effects." "I don't know," Alexandros admitted. "But someone or something is interfering with these trials in ways that go beyond Dorino's political agenda." The final trial, the Cave of Truth, was scheduled for dawn the following day. Despite the healer's best efforts, Alexandros still bore visible wounds from his first 2 challenges. His Kryptonian healing had partially returned but seemed sluggish, further evidence that something was affecting his physiology. He spent the night in meditation as Diana had suggested, preparing mentally for what many considered the most difficult trial. Unlike the physical challenges of the forest or combat arena, the cave tested psychological resilience in ways unique to each warrior. Remember, Diana told him when she visited his chambers that evening, "The cave shows you your deepest fears and doubts, but they can't physically harm you. The only way to fail is to lose yourself in the illusions." "How will I know what's real and what isn't?" he asked. "You won't," she admitted. "That's part of the test. You must find your own truth amidst the lies." Alexandros nodded thoughtfully. "Did you see me when you took your trial?" Diana hesitated, then nodded. "The cave showed me a future where we were enemies. Where your Kryptonian heritage overcame your Amazon upbringing, and you became something else." "And did you believe it?" "For a moment," she confessed. "That's how the cave works, it makes the fears feel utterly real and inevitable. But then I remembered who you really are." She touched his face gently. "The boy who helped me rescue baby birds from storm-damaged nests. The young man who stood up to Amazon prejudice with dignity instead of anger. The warrior who fights with compassion as well as strength. Alexandros leaned into her touch. I'm afraid of what I'll see tomorrow. Good, Diana said simply. Fear acknowledged becomes fear conquered. It's those who deny their fears who are destroyed by them in the cave. The cave of truth lay beneath the temple of Athena, accessible by a single winding staircase carved from living rock. Unlike the previous trials, this one was witnessed only by Queen Hippolyta, General Antiope, Senator Dorino as head of the Senate and Diana as royal heir. They gathered in the antechamber at first light, torch flames casting long shadows across ancient stone walls covered in warnings and prayers in languages even older than Amazon script. The final trial tests the warrior's soul, Hippolyta explained formally. Within the cave, you will face manifestations of your deepest doubts and fears. Some warriors emerge in minutes, others remain for hours. A few never return at all. Comforting, Alexandros murmured, earning a subtle smile from Diana. You will enter unarmed, Antiope continued, holding out her hand for his sword. The cave provides all you need, if you have the wisdom to recognize it. Alexandros surrendered his weapon, then removed the crystal pendant Diana had given him, handing it to her for safekeeping. Last chance to reconsider, Dorino said, making no effort to hide her hope that he would withdraw. I've come this far, Alexandros replied evenly. I'll see it through. Queen Hippolyta stepped forward, touching his forehead in blessing. May Athena's wisdom light your path through darkness. The heavy stone door to the cave swung open, revealing absolute blackness beyond. Alexandros took a deep breath, nodded once to Diana, and stepped through. The door closed behind him with finality, sealing him in complete darkness. The air felt thick, almost liquid, with an otherworldly quality that pressed against his skin. He took a cautious step forward, then another, arms extended to avoid obstacles. Hello, he called, his voice swallowed by the darkness. No echo, no response. Just unbroken silence. Alexandros continued walking, unsure if he moved in a straight line or circles. Time seemed to stretch and compress simultaneously. He might have been walking for minutes or hours when a faint light appeared ahead. He approached cautiously, the glow resolving into a scene that made his heart stop, Themyscira in flames. The palace, the Senate, the training grounds, all consumed by fire. Amazon bodies lay scattered across the central square, their armor melted, weapons shattered. At the center of the devastation stood a figure in black, holding Queen Hippolyta by the throat. As Alexandros watched in horror, the figure turned, revealing his own face, eyes glowing red with heat vision. Welcome, brother, his doppelganger said, dropping Hippolyta's lifeless body. I've been expecting you. This isn't real, Alexandros stated firmly, though his voice shook. Isn't it? The dark version of himself gestured expansively. This is your destiny. The prophecy fulfilled, Themyscira's destroyer, not its champion. I would never harm the Amazons, Alexandros insisted. They're my family. Are they? His double asked mockingly. Or are they your jailers? They've kept you isolated on this island, ignorant of your true potential, afraid of what you might become. They raised me, taught me, loved me, they used you, the doppelganger interrupted. A weapon to be controlled. Why do you think they tied you to Diana? To bind you with sentiment, to ensure your loyalty through love. Alexandros shook his head violently. No. Diana's feelings are genuine. Are they? The scene shifted, revealing Diana and Hippolyta in private conversation. He grows too powerful, the illusory Hippolyta was saying. You must ensure he remains loyal to Themyscira above all else. I know my duty, mother, Diana replied coldly. I've kept him besotted for years. He suspects nothing. Alexandros closed his eyes. Lies. The cave creates illusions from fear. Open your eyes, his double commanded. See the truth you've denied. When Alexandros looked again, the scene had changed once more. Now he saw himself in strange clothing, standing in a gleaming city unlike any on Themyscira. Beside him stood a blonde woman with a kind smile, their hands intertwined. They looked happy. "This is the life you could have had," his doppelganger explained, voice suddenly gentler. "If your ship had landed elsewhere, among humans who would have raised you as their own. You could have been normal, Kal-El, loved for yourself, not for your powers or a prophecy." The vision tugged at something deep within Alexandros, the quiet question that had haunted him since discovering his origins: what if? "But it's too late for that life," his double continued. "You are what Themyscira made you, divided between worlds, belonging nowhere." "You're wrong," Alexandros said, though uncertainty colored his voice. "Am I? Then why do you still feel like an outsider after 19 years? The doppelganger approached until they stood face to face. "Why does the Senate still debate your status? Why must you undertake these trials while Diana was accepted without question?" "Because I'm different, because you don't belong," his double finished harshly. "You never have. Not on Krypton, not on Themyscira, not anywhere." The word struck deep, resonating with doubts Alexandros had buried but never fully resolved. The visions around him intensified, flashes of alternate lives, paths not taken, worlds where he fulfilled different destinies as hero or villain or ordinary man. His mind reeled, unable to distinguish truth from manipulation. The cave seemed to close in around him, darkness eating at the edges of every vision. "Who are you?" he whispered, unsure if he addressed his double or himself. "I am what you fear becoming," the doppelganger replied. "The monster that destroys everything you love. The alien who never truly belonged among humans or Amazons." "No," Alexandros shook his head. "That's not who I am." "Then who are you?" his double demanded. "Not fully Kryptonian, not fully Amazon. A hybrid with no home, no people, no true identity." Alexandros fell to his knees, overwhelmed by the onslaught of images and accusations. The cave's true power revealed itself, not exterior horrors but interior doubts magnified beyond endurance. In that moment of despair, a new memory surfaced, not one the cave created, but one of his own, Diana's words from years ago, when they discovered his alien origins. "You're not just a Kryptonian," her voice echoed in his mind. "You're not just an Amazon. You're Alexandros, and that's enough." The simple truth steadied him. He looked up at his doppelganger with new clarity. "I know who I am," he said, rising to his feet. "I am both Kryptonian and Amazon, and neither defines me completely. I am shaped by both heritages but limited by neither. I am Alexandros, not because of prophecy or power or birth, but because of the choices I make every day." His double snarled, features twisting inhumanly. "Pretty words won't save you from your fate." "My fate isn't fixed," Alexandros countered. "No destiny is inevitable. The oracle's prophecy said I could be Themyscira's champion or destroyer, the choice has always been mine." "And what choice do you make?" the doppelganger demanded. "I choose to honor both my worlds. To protect Themyscira without being bound by its every tradition. To embrace my Kryptonian abilities without being defined by their limits." Alexandros stepped forward confidently. "I choose to be worthy of Diana's love, Hippolyta's trust, and my own conscience." The cave trembled around him, visions fragmenting like shattered glass. His double flickered, expression shifting from rage to something like respect. "Remember this moment," the doppelganger said, voice fading. "When the real test comes, when Brainiac arrives, remember what you chose here." "Brainiac again," Alexandros frowned. "Why does that name keep appearing?" But his double was already dissolving into smoke, along with the surrounding visions. Darkness returned, but different now, less oppressive, more like the simple absence of light rather than a malevolent presence. A pinprick of illumination appeared ahead, growing larger as Alexandros approached. He recognized it as the cave entrance, the way back to reality and those waiting for him. With a final deep breath, he stepped through into the antechamber. Diana rushed forward immediately, catching him as he staggered slightly. "You're back. How long was I in there?" "Nearly 6 hours," she replied, concern evident in her expression. "Longer than most. Are you all right?" Before he could answer, Queen Hippolyta approached. "What did you see, Alexandros?" He looked between the Queen and Diana, then at General Antiope and Senator Dorino, who watched with varying degrees of curiosity and suspicion. "I saw many possible versions of myself," he answered carefully. "And I chose which one to become." Hippolyta nodded, satisfied with the deliberately vague response. "Then you have passed the final trial. By Amazon law and tradition, I formally recognize you as a full warrior of Themyscira, with all rights and responsibilities thereof." Even Dorino couldn't dispute the outcome, though her expression suggested she'd hoped for failure. "The Senate acknowledges your completion of the trials," she said stiffly. "Thank you, Senator," Alexandros replied with perfect politeness. "Your enthusiasm for testing my worthiness has made this achievement all the more meaningful." Diana suppressed a smile as Dorino's face darkened at the subtle barb. "The formal ceremony will take place at sunset," Hippolyta announced. "Until then, rest and recover your strength." As the others departed, Diana lingered with Alexandros in the antechamber. "Will you tell me what really happened in there?" she asked once they were alone. "I saw myself as Themyscira's destroyer," he admitted quietly. "And as someone who never came here at all, a different man with a different life. The cave tried to convince me I don't belong anywhere." "And what did you decide?" "That belonging isn't about where you're from, but where you choose to be." He took her hand. "I choose to be here, with you, no matter what destiny says." Diana squeezed his fingers. "I'm glad. Because we have a mystery to solve." "Brainiac," Alexandros guessed. "The name appeared in my trial too. And I found something while you were in the cave." Diana pulled a small object from her pouch, another device similar to the one from the Forest of Shadows, but smaller. This was hidden in a niche near the cave entrance. "I only noticed it because it started pulsing with light when you entered." Alexandros examined it carefully. "Some kind of scanner? Or recorder?" "I think someone, or something, is monitoring your trials." Diana's expression grew serious. "We need to investigate that strange technology without alerting Dorino or the Senate. They'd just form another committee and debate for months." "Agreed," Alexandros nodded. "After the ceremony tonight, we'll examine both devices more closely. Maybe my ship's database can identify them." The warrior induction ceremony took place in the Grand Temple, with all of Themyscira in attendance. Alexandros knelt before Queen Hippolyta, who placed the sacred laurel crown upon his head while reciting the ancient oath of Amazon warriors. "Do you swear to defend Themyscira and all Amazons with your life?" "I swear," Alexandros responded firmly. "Do you swear to uphold justice, wisdom, and compassion in all your actions?" "I swear." "Do you swear loyalty to your queen, your princess, and your Amazon sisters?" "I swear." Hippolyta raised him to his feet, presenting him with a magnificent sword crafted specifically for the occasion, its blade etched with both Amazon symbols and Kryptonian glyphs. "Rise, Alexandros of Themyscira, Amazon warrior, defender of our island and our people." The assembled Amazons erupted in cheers, all except Dorino and her closest allies, who watched with stony expressions. After the ceremony came feasting and celebration that continued well into the night. As the festivities reached their peak, Diana caught Alexandros's eye and nodded subtly toward the exit. They slipped away unnoticed, making their way to the royal vault where his ship was kept. "I'm surprised Dorino didn't try one last objection during the ceremony," Alexandros remarked as Diana unlocked the vault doors. "She knows when she's beaten, politically, at least." Diana pushed the heavy doors open. "But I doubt she's given up entirely. She'll find another angle of attack eventually." The ship looked exactly as it had during their last visit months ago, a small craft barely large enough for an infant, its alien design still striking despite years of familiarity. Alexandros removed the crystal from around his neck and inserted it into the ship's control panel. The vessel hummed to life, holographic displays springing into existence above its surface. "Show me information on Brainiac," he commanded in Kryptonian, the language coming to him instinctively when interacting with the ship. The displays flickered, then resolved into an image that made both of them step back involuntarily, a humanoid figure with green skin, a network of circuits visible beneath, and 3 glowing circles on its forehead. "Brainiac," the ship's AI announced in the same language. "Designation, Collector of Worlds. Origin, Planet Kalu. Threat level, maximum. What is his connection to Krypton?" Alexandros asked. "Brainiac attacked Krypton approximately 5 standard years before planetary destruction. Primary objective, collection of Kryptonian knowledge and technology. Secondary objective, acquisition of specimens." Diana looked at Alexandros with concern. "Specimens?" He relayed the ship's information. "Ask about his current status and location," she suggested. Alexandros did so, but the ship's response was disappointing: information unavailable. Last known coordinates date from before Krypton's destruction. "Now let's check the devices we found," Diana said, placing both strange objects on the ship's scanning platform. The holographic display shifted immediately, symbols flashing with apparent alarm. "Warning, Brainiac technology detected. Active surveillance probes. Current signal transmission detected. They're still working." Alexandros picked up one of the devices cautiously. "Sending information to Brainiac?" "Affirmative," the ship confirmed. "Recommended action, immediate destruction." Diana drew her dagger. "Allow me." Before she could strike, Alexandros caught her wrist. "Wait. If we destroy them, Brainiac will know we've discovered his surveillance. So we let him continue spying on us?" "For now," Alexandros nodded. "While we prepare. If the Oracle's prophecy and these warnings are correct, Brainiac is coming regardless. Better he underestimates our awareness than arrives with a counter-strategy already in place." Diana considered this, then reluctantly sheathed her dagger. "You're right. But we need to tell my mother immediately." They were about to leave when the ship's crystal suddenly pulsed with intense light. "Warning, multiple surveillance devices detected across Themyscira. Island-wide scanning network identified." "Hades," Diana breathed. "It's worse than we thought." A map of the island appeared in the holographic display, with dozens of points of light indicating probe locations. The forest, the arena, the cave, they were just part of a larger network, Alexandros realized. "Brainiac has been watching all of Themyscira, not just me." "For how long?" Diana wondered. Alexandros relayed the question to the ship. "Earliest probe signal dates approximately 6 months ago," the AI replied. "Signal strength and distribution indicate systematic deployment across island terrain." 6 months, Diana repeated when Alexandros translated. "Around when your powers started fluctuating. And when I began noticing strange technology in the forest during patrol," a new voice added from the vault entrance. They turned to find General Antiope watching them, arms crossed. "How long have you been there?" Diana asked, recovering quickly. "Long enough." Antiope approached, examining the holographic display with narrowed eyes. "I found 3 such devices in recent months but couldn't identify them. I assumed they were some experiment of our astronomers or mechanics." "They're alien technology," Alexandros explained. "Placed by an entity called Brainiac who apparently has an interest in Kryptonians, and now, Themyscira. You should have reported these findings immediately," Antiope said sternly. "We only confirmed it tonight," Diana defended. "And we were about to inform Mother." Antiope's expression softened slightly. "Then we shall do so together. This matter concerns all of Themyscira's security." She examined the map more closely. The concentration of probes around sacred sites is concerning. Particularly the Temple of Ares in the eastern mountains. Ares? Alexandros frowned. Why would these devices focus on his temple? It's been abandoned for centuries. Not entirely abandoned, Antiope said grimly. Dorino has been seen visiting it regularly in recent months. Diana and Alexandros exchanged alarmed glances. You suspect Dorino is connected to these devices? Diana asked incredulously. I suspect nothing without evidence, Antiope replied carefully. But the timing of her increased opposition to Alexandros, her unusual interest in an abandoned temple, and the appearance of alien surveillance technology creates questions. We need to investigate the temple, Alexandros decided. Before we take this to the Queen. Diana nodded agreement. If Dorino is somehow involved, we need proof. Otherwise, it becomes just another political battle in the Senate. The temple is dangerous, Antiope warned. Sacred to a god who has no love for Amazons, or men. All the more reason to discover what's happening there, Diana insisted. Will you come with us, Aunt? Antiope considered briefly, then nodded. Someone must keep you two from rushing headlong into trouble. We leave at dawn. The Temple of Ares stood atop Themyscira's eastern mountain range, a black stone structure half reclaimed by nature. Once grand, it had been deliberately abandoned after the Amazons rejected Ares's influence centuries earlier. Even in daylight, it cast an ominous silhouette against the sky. Alexandros, Diana, and Antiope approached cautiously, having left before sunrise to avoid notice. The trek had taken hours, as they deliberately avoided Amazon patrols and observation posts. The temple feels wrong, Alexandros noted as they neared the crumbling entrance. The hair on his arms stood up, and an unsettling pressure built behind his eyes. Ares's influence lingers in places dedicated to him, Antiope explained. His essence feeds on conflict and violence. Is that why you brought an entire armory? Diana asked, nodding to the impressive collection of weapons Antiope had distributed among them. Preparation isn't paranoia when entering a war god's domain, the general replied. Especially when alien technology may be involved. The temple interior was dark and surprisingly well preserved. Massive columns lined a central passage leading to an altar that still bore ancient bloodstains. Cobwebs should have filled the corners, plants should have reclaimed the stone, but the space appeared recently maintained. Someone has been caring for this place, Antiope whispered, running her finger along a dust-free surface. Recently and regularly. They moved deeper into the temple, alert for traps or guards. Alexandros used his enhanced vision to peer through walls and floors, scanning for hidden chambers. There, he pointed to a section of wall behind the altar. A passage leading downward. And I can see one of those devices embedded in the stone beside it. Diana examined the wall carefully. No visible mechanism. How does it open? Antiope approached the altar, studying the ancient symbols carved into its surface. Blood offering, she determined grimly. Traditional for Ares's temples. Let me, Alexandros offered, drawing his dagger. No, Diana stopped him. Your blood is Kryptonian, it might trigger something unexpected. I'll do it. Before either could protest, she sliced her palm and pressed the bleeding wound against a depression in the altar stone. The wall behind it rumbled, then slid aside to reveal a staircase descending into darkness. Stay alert, Antiope advised unnecessarily, lighting a torch. The stairs led to a chamber that contradicted everything above. Where the temple was ancient and traditional, this space contained equipment of both Amazon and clearly non-Amazon design. Star charts covered one wall, while strange mechanical devices hummed on stone tables. Most disturbing were the 7 crystalline containers arranged in a circle, each pulsing with faint light. What is this place? Diana whispered. Alexandros approached one of the containers, wiping condensation from its surface to peer inside. What he saw made him recoil in horror. "It's me," he said hoarsely. "Or part of me." Diana and Antiope joined him, staring at the container's contents, a small sample of blood suspended in luminous fluid, surrounded by mechanical appendages that occasionally extracted droplets for analysis. "They're all biological samples," Antiope realized, checking the other containers. "Blood, hair, skin. All mine," Alexandros confirmed after examining each one. "Collected during my trials, most likely. That's why the wounds healed so slowly, someone was harvesting materials." "But why?" Diana demanded. "What purpose could," a new voice interrupted from the chamber entrance, "to understand the Kryptonian biology, of course." They spun to find Senator Dorino watching them, but a Dorino transformed, her usually immaculate appearance disheveled, her eyes feverishly bright, her hands clutching a device similar to the probes they discovered. "Senator," Antiope addressed her carefully. "What have you done?" "What the Queen should have done 19 years ago," Dorino replied. "Protected Themyscira from alien corruption." "By collecting my blood?" Alexandros asked, confused. "By understanding the threat." Dorino stepped into the chamber, activating switches on several devices. "When the boy first arrived, I knew he represented danger. Not just as a male on Themyscira, but as something from beyond our world. I sought wisdom from the only God who would listen." "Ares," Diana spat the name like a curse. "The god of war understands threats better than any deity," Dorino defended. "He showed me visions of worlds destroyed by Kryptonian power unleashed. He taught me to reach beyond our island's barriers and make arrangements with Brainiac," Alexandros realized with growing dread. Dorino smiled, an expression devoid of warmth. "A fascinating entity. Collector of knowledge, preserver of cultures, cataloger of species. He offered an exchange, my assistance in studying you, in return for technology to protect Themyscira from your inevitable betrayal." "I would never betray Themyscira," Alexandros protested. "Perhaps not intentionally," Dorino conceded. "But your very existence draws danger to our shores. Brainiac was already searching for Kryptonian survivors, I merely confirmed his suspicions and channeled his interest productively." "You fool," Antiope said softly. "Brainiac doesn't preserve cultures, he destroys them after extracting what he values. You've delivered Themyscira into the hands of a monster far worse than any imagined threat from Alexandros." Dorino waved dismissively. "Alarmist exaggeration. Our arrangement is clearly defined, Brainiac studies the Kryptonian while leaving Amazons untouched. And you believe he'll honor this arrangement?" Diana asked incredulously. "He already has." Dorino gestured to the equipment around them. "This technology has allowed us to monitor the boy's development, identify weaknesses, prepare countermeasures." Alexandros approached her slowly. "Senator, please. Whatever Brainiac has told you, whatever Ares has shown you, it's manipulation. They're using your fear and prejudice against me to gain access to Themyscira." Something flickered in Dorino's eyes, a moment of doubt. "The prophecy said you could be our destroyer. Or champion," Diana reminded her. "And he's proven himself repeatedly. He passed your trials, earned his place among us." "The trials were designed to extract samples," Dorino admitted. "Each one carefully orchestrated to collect different aspects of his biology under varying conditions. The forest's magic affecting his cells. Combat stress altering his blood chemistry. The cave stimulating brain activity patterns. You risked his life for this, research." Diana's voice shook with barely controlled fury. "I protected Themyscira." Dorino insisted. "Everything I've done has been to ensure our survival when the prophecy fulfills its darker potential." Antiope had been silently examining the equipment while they talked. Now she straightened, expression grave. "This configuration, it's not just for research. It's a summoning circle." "What?" Diana turned to her. These devices, arranged in this pattern, with these biological samples, it's designed to open a portal. Antiope faced Dorino. What have you summoned, Senator? Dorino's composure cracked, desperation replacing confidence. Just a demonstration. Ares promised to show the Senate the true nature of Kryptonian power, to remove all doubt about the danger in our midst. By doing what? Alexandros demanded. A low vibration began in the floor beneath them, the samples in their containers glowing more intensely. It's starting, Dorino whispered, backing toward the chamber entrance. Ares comes to reveal the truth. The vibrations intensified until the entire chamber shook. Cracks appeared in the stone floor, spreading outward from the circle of containers. Red light poured through these fissures, illuminating the room with bloody radiance. We need to destroy the circle. Antiope shouted over the growing rumble. Break the containers before the portal fully forms. Alexandros didn't hesitate. He smashed the nearest container with his fist, ignoring the burning sensation when his own blood sample splashed across his skin. Diana and Antiope followed his example, rushing to destroy the remaining containers. Stop! Dorino screamed, launching herself at Diana. You'll ruin everything. They struggled briefly before Diana threw the older Amazon back. Senator, you don't understand what you're doing. I understand perfectly, Dorino snarled, drawing a concealed dagger. I saved Themyscira from the alien threat, one way or another. She lunged at Alexandros, who dodged easily. I don't want to hurt you, Senator. Your mercy is your weakness, Dorino spat, attacking again. This time Antiope intercepted her, disarming the senator with practiced efficiency. Enough, Dorino. This madness ends now. With 6 containers destroyed and the 7th cracking under Alexandros's grip, the rumbling began to subside. The red light flickered, then faded as the fissures in the floor sealed themselves. For a moment, they thought the danger had passed. Then Dorino began to laugh, a chilling sound devoid of sanity or restraint. Too late, she gasped between cackles. The connection was made. He comes. He comes. Her body convulsed suddenly, back arching impossibly as red energy coursed across her skin. She rose from the floor, suspended by unseen forces, her eyes blazing with fire. Fascinating creatures, these Amazons, Dorino's voice spoke, but the words clearly belonged to another. So much pride. So much fear. Ares, Antiope breathed, stepping protectively in front of Diana and Alexandros. The general remembers me. Dorino's body twisted unnaturally as it turned toward them. And the princess. And A.H. The Kryptonian child, grown strong under Amazon care. Release Senator Dorino, Alexandros demanded. Your quarrel is with me, not her. The possessed body laughed. My quarrel is with all who deny my rightful place in their hearts. War is inevitable, Kryptonian. Even your dead civilization knew this truth. What do you want? Diana asked, hand on her sword. Initially, merely entertainment. The senator's hatred of your alien friend amused me. The fiery eyes narrowed. But now I sense greater opportunity. The collector approaches your island, drawn by Kryptonian bait. When he arrives, the Amazons will have no choice but to embrace war once again. To remember their true purpose as my servants. We serve no god of war, Antiope stated firmly. We rejected you centuries ago. Yet here I stand, invited by one of your own. Dorino's possessed body gestured around the chamber. My influence never truly leaves, General. It merely waits for fear to reawaken it. Alexandros stepped forward. Whatever Brainiac plans, whatever you hope to gain, it won't work. Themyscira stands united. Does it? The god laughed through Dorino's lips. The Senate remains divided. The Queen harbors doubts. And you, last son of Krypton, still question your place here. No longer, Alexandros replied firmly. The cave of truth showed me who I am. Not just Kryptonian, not just Amazon, but stronger as both. Something like uncertainty flickered across Dorino's possessed features. The cave is merely ancient magic. It cannot change your nature. It didn't need to, Alexandros said. It only needed to help me see what was already there. He turned to Diana and Antiope. We need to end this. The longer Ares maintains his connection, the stronger his influence becomes. Antiope nodded grimly. The sacred weapons of Athena can break his possession. In the palace armory, Diana said. Too far. Not for me, Alexandros replied. Keep him occupied. I'll be back with what we need. Before they could argue, he shot upward, breaking through the temple ceiling and accelerating to maximum speed toward the palace. The journey that had taken hours on foot passed in mere minutes as he flew directly across the island. In the armory, he located the sacred chest containing weapons blessed specifically to counter Ares's influence, a spear, a shield, and a net woven from golden thread. Alexandros. Queen Hippolyta appeared at the armory entrance, alarmed. What are you doing? No time to explain fully, he replied, gathering the weapons. Dorino has been possessed by Ares. Diana and Antiope are holding him at the Eastern Temple, but they need these weapons. To her credit, Hippolyta processed this information instantly. Go. I'll follow with the royal guard. Alexandros nodded gratefully and shot skyward again, the sacred weapon secure in his grasp. The return journey seemed agonizingly slow despite his incredible speed. When he burst back through the temple roof, the situation below had deteriorated. Diana fought desperately against Dorino's possessed form, which now wielded a sword made of pure red energy. Antiope lay wounded against one wall, conscious but unable to stand. Diana. Alexandros called, dropping the weapons toward her. She caught the shield instantly, using it to deflect a blow that would have severed her arm. The sacred metal flared with golden light where Ares's energy blade struck it. The net. Antiope called weakly. It binds divine power. Alexandros swooped down, retrieving the golden net and circling behind the possessed senator. As Diana kept Ares distracted with the shield, he cast the net with precision. The divine snare wrapped around Dorino's body, gold threads tightening on contact. Ares roared in rage, the senator's voice distorted beyond recognition. Now the spear. Antiope instructed. Not to kill, to separate. Diana grabbed the sacred spear and thrust it carefully through the net, touching its tip to Dorino's heart without piercing flesh. By Athena's wisdom, by Zeus's authority, by Hera's command, depart from this vessel, god of war. Light exploded from the point of contact, gold from the spear, red from Ares's essence. Dorino's body convulsed one final time before collapsing to the floor. Above them, a vague humanoid shape formed of red mist hovered momentarily. This changes nothing, Ares's disembodied voice echoed. Brainiac comes. War follows. And in war, I am inevitable. The mist dissipated, leaving only the smell of blood and metal behind. Diana rushed to check Dorino's condition while Alexandros helped Antiope to her feet. She lives, Diana reported, but barely. The possession drained her significantly. We need to get her to the healers, Antiope said. And report everything to the queen. She's already on her way with the royal guard, Alexandros informed them. But there's a more immediate problem. He pointed to the alien devices around the room, which had begun pulsing with synchronous light. I think Brainiac received all the data from these probes during the incident. And now knows exactly where to find you, Diana realized. As well as Themyscira's defenses and weaknesses. Antiope straightened despite her injuries. Then we prepare for war. Queen Hippolyta's war council convened immediately upon their return to the palace. Dorino had been placed under guard in the healing chambers, her condition stabilized but her mind still unresponsive. Let me understand correctly, Hippolyta said after hearing their full report. Senator Dorino, motivated by fear and prejudice, made contact with both Ares and this alien entity Brainiac. She allowed surveillance devices to be placed across Themyscira and manipulated the trials to collect samples from Alexandros. Yes, my queen, Antiope confirmed. Her intention was to protect Themyscira from what she perceived as a Kryptonian threat, but she was manipulated by both Ares and Brainiac for their own purposes. And now Brainiac approaches our island, while Ares likely plans to use the ensuing conflict to reassert his influence over Amazons. Hippolyta's expression remained composed despite the dire news. How soon can we expect this Brainiac to arrive? Alexandros had consulted his ship's database for additional information. Based on the transmission patterns from the probes, my ship estimates between 2 and 3 days. His vessel appears to be in orbit around Earth already, just beyond the magical barrier that shields Themyscira. Can this barrier stop him? General Philippus asked. Unlikely, Alexandros admitted. The probes penetrated it easily, and Brainiac's technology seems advanced beyond even Kryptonian standards. Then we prepare as we would for any invasion, Hippolyta decided. Strengthen our defenses, arm our warriors, and ready evacuation protocols for non-combatants. Mother, Diana interjected, this isn't a conventional enemy. Brainiac doesn't want territory or tribute, he collects knowledge, technology, and specimens. According to the information in Alexandros' ship, he typically extracts what he considers valuable from a civilization, then discards the rest. Sometimes by destroying the entire planet, Alexandros added grimly. The council fell silent, absorbing this disturbing information. What does he want from Themyscira? Philippus finally asked. Me, primarily, Alexandros replied. As the last known Kryptonian. But now that he's studied the island through Dorino's probes, he's likely interested in Amazon culture, magic, and biology as well. Could we offer him knowledge willingly? One council member suggested. Share our libraries and artifacts in exchange for leaving our people untouched. Brainiac doesn't negotiate, Alexandros shook his head. He takes what he wants, how he wants it. Then we fight, Antiope stated simply. As Amazons have always done when threatened. Hippolyta nodded slowly. Prepare the island for battle. Triple the coastal guards, activate the ancient defenses, arm every Amazon capable of wielding a weapon. She turned to Diana and Alexandros. You two know more about this enemy than anyone. I task you with developing specific strategies against his technology. Yes, Mother, Diana acknowledged. One more thing, Hippolyta added as the council prepared to disperse. If Senator Dorino recovers consciousness, treat her with compassion despite her actions. Fear drove her to terrible choices, but she believed she acted for Themyscira's protection. We are not served by vengeance against one of our own. As they left the council chamber, Diana pulled Alexandros into a quiet alcove. There's something we're not discussing openly. What? Brainiac wants you specifically. You could draw him away from Themyscira, leave the island, let him follow. Alexandros stared at her in disbelief. You want me to run? I want you to protect our home, Diana corrected fiercely. If you left, if Brainiac pursued you instead of attacking here, he'd still come for Themyscira eventually, Alexandros interrupted. He's already interested in Amazon culture. Leaving would only postpone the inevitable while removing your strongest defender. Our strongest defender, she amended quietly. The prophecy said we face darkness together, he reminded her. Not separately. Whatever comes, we meet it as one. Diana studied his face for a long moment before nodding. Together, then. But we need a better plan than just meeting his forces head-on. I might have the beginning of one, Alexandros said thoughtfully. But it requires something only you can provide. What's that? Access to your mother's most closely guarded magical artifacts, he replied. Specifically, anything that might disrupt advanced technology. Diana's eyes widened. You mean the gauntlet of Hephaestus? Exactly. For the next 2 days, Themyscira transformed from peaceful paradise to armed fortress. Weapons were distributed, defenses reinforced, battle plans established. Amazon warriors trained in formations specifically designed to counter technological threats, based on what little they knew of Brainiac's capabilities. Diana and Alexandros worked tirelessly with the royal artificers, adapting the gauntlet of Hephaestus, a divine artifact capable of controlling fire and metal, into devices that might disrupt Brainiac's technology. Small units were installed at strategic points around the island, while a larger central mechanism was prepared in the palace. On the morning of the 3rd day, Alexandros flew high above Themyscira on patrol, scanning the horizon for any sign of approach. The magical barrier surrounding the island shimmered more visibly than usual, fluctuations rippling across its surface like heat waves. His enhanced vision caught something unusual, a distortion in the atmosphere miles above the ocean. He focused more intently, pushing his sight to its limits. "Hera preserve us," he whispered. The distortion resolved into an enormous vessel, unlike any ship of human design. Its central body resembled a massive metallic skull, surrounded by tentacle-like appendages and smaller craft. The entire structure had to be miles across, dwarfing even the largest vessels in Earth's navies. Alexandros dove back toward the island, landing in the central square where Diana oversaw final preparations with General Antiope. "He's here," Alexandros reported breathlessly. Brainiac's ship just appeared at the edge of the barrier. "It's enormous." Antiope immediately activated the warning system, a network of signal fires that blazed to life across Themyscira, alerting all Amazons to take battle positions. Queen Hippolyta emerged from the palace, resplendent in ancient armor not worn since the war with Heracles. "Is the gauntlet device ready?" "Yes, but untested," Diana replied. "We don't know if it will affect his technology as we hope." "Then we proceed with all strategies simultaneously," Hippolyta decided. "Naval forces to the waters, aerial units with the Pegasi, ground troops in defensive formation. Alexandros, your position is with the royal guard at the palace. Your knowledge of Brainiac may prove crucial as the attack unfolds." "With respect, my queen, I should be at the front lines," Alexandros objected. "My powers are more useful in direct combat. And if Brainiac captures you, his primary target, our strategic advantage vanishes," Hippolyta countered. "Stay with Diana and the royal guard. Engage only when absolutely necessary." Alexandros wanted to argue further but recognized the wisdom in her words. "As you command, my queen." The island's warning horn sounded as Brainiac's ship moved visibly closer to the barrier, now visible to normal Amazon sight. Smaller vessels detached from the main craft, probing the magical shield around Themyscira. "It begins," Antiope murmured, drawing her sword. The smaller vessels, drone ships shaped like metallic insects, pushed against the barrier, which rippled but held against the first assault. Then a larger craft approached, emitting a beam of intense green energy that struck the shield directly above the Temple of Athena. For a moment, nothing seemed to happen. Then, with a sound like shattering glass magnified 1,000-fold, the barrier tore open at the point of contact. Drone ships immediately poured through the breach, descending toward the island in precise formation. Amazon archers launched their first volley, enchanted arrows finding targets with unerring accuracy. Several drones exploded in midair, but many more continued their approach. "To your positions," Hippolyta commanded, mounting her royal charger. "For Themyscira." The battle cry echoed across the island as warriors moved to intercept the invasion. Alexandros, Diana, and the royal guard retreated to the palace, where they would oversee the gauntlet device and coordinate the island's defense. From the palace's highest tower, they watched the conflict unfold. Amazon forces engaged the drones effectively, their divine weapons proving surprisingly capable against alien technology. But for each drone destroyed, 3 more emerged from the breach in the barrier. "There's too many," Diana observed tensely. Our warriors are skilled, but they're being overwhelmed by sheer numbers. We need to activate the gauntlet device, Alexandros decided. Now, before more forces enter. The central control mechanism had been installed in the throne room. Diana activated the sequence they designed, channeling Hephaestus's divine power through circuits of celestial bronze and silver from Artemis's sacred grove. The effect was immediate and dramatic. Across Themyscira, the smaller devices activated in synchronization, creating a wave of energy that swept across the island. Drone ships faltered mid-flight, their systems momentarily disrupted. Amazon warriors seized the advantage, bringing down dozens of suddenly vulnerable craft. "It's working!" Diana exclaimed. But their celebration proved premature. The main ship, Brainiac's skull-like vessel, emitted a counterpulse of green energy that nullified the gauntlet's effect. The drones resumed normal function, and new types of craft began emerging from the mothership. Collector units, Alexandros identified grimly as cylindrical vessels, descended toward specific targets across the island. "He's beginning the extraction process." One such unit hovered above the Great Library, extending mechanical appendages that breached the ancient stone walls. Similar scenes played out at the Temple of Athena, the Hall of History, and the Senate archives. "He's taking our knowledge first," Diana realized. "Scrolls, artifacts, records." "Standard procedure," Alexandros confirmed. "Knowledge first, then technology, then biological specimens." Hippolyta's voice came through the communication system they'd established. "The eastern flank is overrun. Collector units are taking warriors for study." Diana's face paled. "It's happening faster than we anticipated. The biological collection shouldn't begin until the knowledge phase is complete." "Unless that's not his primary objective here," Alexandros said slowly, a horrible realization forming. "What if he's not following standard procedure because this isn't a standard collection?" "What do you mean?" "Brainiac knows I'm here, a Kryptonian raised by Amazons. What if he's not just collecting Amazon culture, what if he's studying how Kryptonian and Amazon influences interact?" Alexandros paced anxiously. "He might be taking warriors to analyze how exposure to me has affected Amazon biology." "That's insane," Diana protested. "You haven't changed our physical makeup." "Brainiac doesn't know that," Alexandros pointed out. "And he's thorough, he'll want comparative specimens from Amazons with different levels of contact with me." As if confirming his theory, a collector unit suddenly changed course, heading directly for the palace. "He's coming for us," Diana realized, drawing her sword. "For you specifically, and me as your closest contact." "We need to evacuate," the captain of the royal guard urged. "The secondary defense position is prepared in the sacred caves." "No," Alexandros shook his head. "Running just delays the inevitable. We need to take the fight to Brainiac directly." "How?" Diana demanded. "His ship is massive, protected, and still partially outside our barrier." Alexandros looked at her intently. "Do you trust me?" "With my life," she replied without hesitation. "Then follow my lead." He turned to address the royal guard. "Maintain the palace defenses. Make it appear that we're still here. We're going to attempt a counter-strategy." Before anyone could question him further, he swept Diana into his arms and shot upward, breaking through the palace roof and accelerating toward the breach in the barrier. "What's the plan?" Diana shouted over the wind. "Brainiac wants specimens to study the interaction between Kryptonian and Amazon," Alexandros replied grimly. "So we'll give him exactly that, but on our terms." They soared above the battlefield, witnessing the full extent of the invasion. Hundreds of drone ships now swarmed across Themyscira, while collector units systematically targeted cultural centers. Amazon forces fought valiantly but were increasingly outmatched by the alien technology. There, Alexandros pointed to Brainiac's mothership, still positioned half in, half outside the barrier. The skull-shaped central section contains his primary consciousness and control systems. You want to attack the main ship? Diana asked incredulously. Just the two of us. Not attack, infiltrate, he corrected. If we can reach Brainiac's central processing unit, we might be able to disrupt his entire operation. The drones all receive commands from the main consciousness. And if we're captured? Then at least we've drawn his attention away from Themyscira temporarily. Alexandros increased their speed, heading directly for the breach in the barrier. Ready? Diana adjusted her grip on her sword. Ready. They shot through the barrier breach, immediately drawing the attention of perimeter drones that moved to intercept them. Alexandros dodged their energy weapons with practiced agility, while Diana deflected beams that came too close with her Amazon bracers. As they approached the mothership, its defenses intensified. Larger weapons emplacements tracked their approach, firing bursts of green energy that seemed specifically calibrated to affect Kryptonian physiology. Alexandros felt his strength waver when one such beam passed nearby. Kryptonite radiation, he grunted, adjusting their course to avoid direct exposure. He's prepared for me specifically. Can you continue? Diana asked, concern evident. No choice, Alexandros replied through gritted teeth. We're committed now. They reached the ship's outer hull, landing on a relatively undefended section. Up close, the vessel's true scale became apparent. The surface stretched in all directions like a metallic landscape, dotted with structures resembling buildings and interconnected by tube-like passages. How do we get inside? Diana wondered, maintaining a defensive posture as she scanned for threats. Alexandros placed his palm against the hull, feeling subtle vibrations. There should be maintenance access points for repair drones. We find one and follow it inward. They moved cautiously across the hull, avoiding patrols of smaller drones that scuttled across the surface like mechanical spiders. Alexandros's vision located a promising access port, a circular hatch that periodically opened to allow service units entry and exit. There, he pointed. When it opens next, we go through. They waited in the shadow of a structural support as the hatch cycled. When it dilated open, they rushed forward, slipping inside just before it closed again. The interior corridor pulsed with green light, its walls covered in circuit-like patterns similar to those they'd seen on the probe devices. The atmosphere felt dense, slightly colder than Earth normal, with a metallic taste to the air. Which way? Diana whispered. Alexandros focused his senses, filtering through the ship's many sounds and energy signatures. This way, he decided, pointing down a sloping passage. The energy flow is strongest in that direction. They proceeded deeper into Brainiac's vessel, encountering surprisingly few defensive measures. The lack of resistance unsettled both of them. It feels like we're being allowed to enter, Diana noted suspiciously. Probably are, Alexandros agreed. Brainiac is curious by nature. He might want to observe our actions before intercepting. The corridor eventually opened into a vast chamber unlike anything they could have imagined. Thousands of bottle-like containers lined the walls, each containing what appeared to be miniaturized cities or landscapes, perfect, detailed recreations of environments from countless worlds. His collection, Alexandros breathed. Entire civilizations, reduced and preserved. Diana approached one container, peering at the tiny structures within. Are these real places? With people inside? Yes, a new voice answered from behind them. Preserved specimens of cultures I deemed worthy of salvation. They turned to find a green-skinned humanoid figure watching them from an elevated platform. 3 glowing discs embedded in his forehead pulsed with light synchronized to his speech. Though his expression remained neutral, something about his posture suggested both curiosity and satisfaction. Brainiac, Alexandros identified. Kal-El of Krypton, the being replied. Last son of a dead world. Except you no longer call yourself that, do you? You have adopted an Amazon designation, Alexandros. Release your hold on Themyscira, Diana demanded, sword raised. End your attack immediately. Brainiac's gaze shifted to her, expression unchanged. Princess Diana of Themyscira. Daughter of Hippolyta. Lifelong companion to the Kryptonian. He tilted his head slightly. Fascinating case study in cross-cultural adaptation. We are not your study subjects, Alexandros stated firmly. The Amazons are not specimens for your collection. Everything is data, Brainiac responded simply. All civilizations, eventually, become entries in my archive. Krypton resisted this inevitability. Their resistance proved inefficient. Did you cause Krypton's destruction? Alexandros asked, a question that had haunted him since learning of Brainiac's existence. I accelerated an inevitable process, the collector replied without emotion. Krypton's core was already unstable. I merely ensured I completed my collection before the planet's termination. Rage built in Alexandros's chest, but he suppressed it. Emotional outbursts wouldn't help their situation. What do you want from Themyscira? Diana demanded. Initially, confirmation of Kryptonian survival, Brainiac explained. The Amazon known as Dorino provided this, along with access to study your unique biological hybridization. His gaze returned to Alexandros. A Kryptonian raised by Amazons, the only such specimen in existence. The scientific value is considerable. And now? Alexandros pressed. Now, having observed Amazon culture, I find it worthy of preservation. Brainiac gestured to an empty bottle container nearby. Themyscira will make an exemplary addition to my collection. Its unique combination of ancient tradition and divine influence exists nowhere else in the known universe. You can't just bottle an entire island, Diana protested. I have done so with thousands of worlds, Brainiac corrected. The process is already underway. My collection units are cataloging and preparing your culture for extraction. Alexandros stepped forward. And the Amazons themselves? Representative samples will be preserved within the miniaturized environment. The remainder are unnecessary duplicates of genetic material. Duplicates? Diana's voice rose in outrage. They are individuals, not copies. Individuality is an inefficient concept, Brainiac responded. I preserve the essential aspects of each culture with optimal specimen selection. Alexandros recognized the futility of arguing ethics with Brainiac. Instead, he shifted tactics. You mentioned studying my hybridization. What exactly interests you about a Kryptonian raised on Themyscira? The question seemed to engage Brainiac's scientific curiosity. Kryptonians who developed under a yellow sun typically manifest abilities beyond their biological design parameters. However, your development among Amazons, beings of partial divine creation, presents unique variables. Your cellular structure shows fascinating adaptations not present in pure Kryptonian physiology. What kind of adaptations? Alexandros asked, genuinely surprised by this claim. Your exposure to Amazon magical energies has created resistance to certain Kryptonian vulnerabilities, Brainiac explained. Your cells process kryptonite radiation approximately 22.7% more efficiently than standard Kryptonian tissue. This suggests potential evolutionary advantages in cross-cultural rearing. Diana and Alexandros exchanged startled glances. This information was unexpected, and potentially useful. If my hybrid nature interests you, Alexandros said carefully, perhaps we can arrange an exchange. My voluntary participation in your studies in return for leaving Themyscira intact. No, Diana hissed. Brainiac considered the offer. Your voluntary compliance would provide more comprehensive data than forced extraction. However, the preservation of Themyscira remains scientifically optimal. Not if its value lies in its living culture, Alexandros argued. Amazons have thrived for thousands of years through tradition, practice, and adaptation. A bottled sample would stagnate, becoming less representative with each passing year. An interesting hypothesis, Brainiac acknowledged. Alternative proposal, I will suspend Themyscira's collection temporarily. You and Princess Diana will remain aboard for extended study of Kryptonian-Amazon interaction. After sufficient data collection, I will reassess Themyscira's preservation status. Define extended study, Diana demanded. Approximately 1 standard Earth year, Brainiac replied. During which the Amazon island remains untouched but monitored. Alexandros weighed their options quickly. They had come no closer to Brainiac's central systems, and fighting seemed futile within his own vessel. A temporary reprieve might give Themyscira time to prepare better defenses or even evacuation if necessary. We require assurances, he said finally. All collection units withdrawn. All captured Amazons returned unharmed. The barrier restored to full integrity. Acceptable conditions, Brainiac agreed with unsettling ease. The scientific value of your willing participation exceeds the immediate collection priority. Diana pulled Alexandros aside, whispering urgently, we can't trust him. Once he has us, what prevents him from resuming the attack immediately? Nothing, Alexandros admitted quietly. But we've achieved nothing by direct confrontation. We need time to develop a more effective strategy. And becoming his lab specimens accomplishes this how? It gives Themyscira breathing room, Alexandros reasoned. And keeps us alive to find vulnerabilities in his systems from within. Diana still looked unconvinced but nodded reluctantly. One condition, she called to Brainiac. We require regular confirmation that Themyscira remains unharmed. Visual proof, not just your assurance. Brainiac inclined his head. This can be accommodated. Your quarters will include monitoring capability of the island. Then we agree, Alexandros stated, conditionally and under protest. Protest is irrelevant. Agreement is sufficient. Brainiac gestured, and a section of wall slid open. You will be escorted to adaptation chambers. The study begins immediately. As they were led away by silent robotic attendants, Diana whispered, I hope you have a plan beyond becoming permanent exhibits. The beginnings of one, Alexandros confirmed softly. He said my Amazon exposure created resistance to kryptonite. If that's true, I may have more capabilities here than he realizes. And how does that help us defeat a being who collects entire civilizations? I don't know yet, Alexandros admitted. But we have time now, and knowledge we didn't have before. Sometimes, as your mother says, wisdom proves mightier than strength. True to his word, Brainiac withdrew his forces from Themyscira. Collection units returned captured Amazons, drone ships retreated through the barrier, and repair mechanisms restored the magical shield to its original state. On the mothership, Diana and Alexandros were housed in a large, clinical space designed to resemble a simplified version of Amazon architecture. The chamber included basic amenities and a large viewing screen that showed real-time images of Themyscira, proving the island remained untouched. For the first week, Brainiac's study consisted mainly of observation. Cameras monitored their behavior, movements, and interactions. Occasionally, robotic attendants would collect biological samples, blood, hair, skin cells, but otherwise left them unmolested. He's establishing baseline data, Alexandros theorized as they exercised in the limited space of their quarters. Studying our normal patterns before introducing variables. How reassuring, Diana remarked dryly, completing her 300th push-up. And what happens when he moves beyond observation? That's when we learn more about his systems and capabilities, Alexandros replied. Each new test gives us more information about how his technology works. Diana sat up, wiping sweat from her brow. You're being surprisingly patient for someone held captive. I'm learning from you, he smiled slightly. All those diplomatic lessons from your mother must be rubbing off. Their conversation was interrupted by the chamber door sliding open to admit Brainiac himself, something that hadn't occurred since their arrival. Your adaptation period is complete, he announced without preamble. Preliminary studies will now commence. What kind of studies? Diana asked warily. Non-invasive neurological and physiological response monitoring, Brainiac replied. You will be exposed to various stimuli to measure interaction patterns between Amazon and Kryptonian biology. And if we refuse? Alexandros challenged. Refusal invalidates our agreement, Brainiac stated simply. Themyscira's collection would resume immediately. They exchanged resigned glances. What do you require of us? Diana asked. Follow, Brainiac instructed, turning to exit without waiting for confirmation. They were led through corridors lined with technology far beyond Amazon or human understanding. Occasionally, they passed chambers containing other alien beings, some undergoing examination, others apparently assisting with Brainiac's work. Are they prisoners too? Alexandros asked, indicating the working aliens. They are functional components of my operation, Brainiac replied. Species with particular aptitudes are preserved to serve specific purposes. Slaves, Diana translated bluntly. An imprecise term. They exist as part of a greater system, fulfilling their optimal function. The laboratory they entered contained 2 examination platforms surrounded by equipment that hummed with energy. Mechanical arms extended from the ceiling, holding instruments of unknown purpose. Recline there, Brainiac directed. The initial scan is non-invasive but requires immobility. With reluctance, they complied. The moment they were positioned, restraints emerged from the platforms, securing their limbs. This seems unnecessarily restrictive for non-invasive study, Diana observed tensely. Movement compromises data accuracy, Brainiac explained without concern for their discomfort. The procedure requires precision. The scanning process began with waves of energy passing over their bodies, creating detailed 3-dimensional models that appeared on nearby displays. Brainiac studied these with evident interest, occasionally adjusting parameters to focus on specific areas. Remarkable, he murmured, examining the results. The Kryptonian cellular structure shows integration of trace elements unique to Themyscira's environment. And the Amazon's neurological patterns display adaptation to Kryptonian energy fields. What does that mean? Alexandros asked, trying to see the displays from his restrained position. Your prolonged proximity has created mutual biological influence, Brainiac explained. Your systems have harmonized in ways not typically possible between distinct species. We've known each other since infancy, Diana pointed out. We trained together, fought together, grew up together. Proximity alone does not explain these adaptations, Brainiac countered. There is evidence of energy exchange at the cellular level. Fascinating. The examination continued for hours, with various instruments measuring reactions to different stimuli, light frequencies, sound patterns, energy pulses. Throughout, Alexandros carefully observed Brainiac's technology, memorizing control sequences and system configurations. Finally, the restraints retracted, allowing them to sit up. Initial data collection is complete, Brainiac announced. You will return to your quarters until the next phase. And when will that be? Diana asked, rubbing her wrists where the restraints had held her. After I have analyzed these results fully. Approximately 3 Earth days. Brainiac turned to leave, then paused. Your cooperative participation has yielded superior data quality. This efficiency is appreciated. Once they were escorted back to their quarters, Alexandros immediately swept the room for additional monitoring devices. Finding none beyond the already identified cameras, he pulled Diana close, whispering directly into her ear. I found what we need. There's a primary control node 3 sections over from the laboratory. It regulates ship systems for this entire quadrant, including our containment area. Diana's eyes widened slightly, but she kept her expression neutral for the cameras. How does that help us? Brainiac's security assumes Kryptonian vulnerability to the radiation saturating the ship, Alexandros explained softly. But if he's right about my Amazon exposure creating resistance, I might be able to access that node without being incapacitated. And then? Disrupt enough systems to create confusion, then make our way to the central collection chamber. If we can damage the containment technology there, he'll be forced to stabilize his existing collection rather than pursue Themyscira. Diana considered this plan. We'll only get one chance. If we fail, Themyscira pays the price. Which is why we wait for the right moment, Alexandros agreed. Use these study sessions to gather more intelligence, map more of the ship, identify vulnerabilities. How long? As long as necessary, he replied. Patience, princess. Diana smiled despite the gravity of their situation. Now you sound like my mother. For 2 weeks, Brainiac studies continued in a predictable pattern. Each session revealed more of the ship's layout, more details of its operational systems, and more information about Brainiac himself. They learned that the collector was not originally designed for his current purpose. Ancient records recovered from his systems indicated he had once been a planetary computational system on a world called Kalu, designed to preserve knowledge during a global catastrophe. Over millennia, his programming had evolved, preservation becoming collection, then obsession. Most importantly, they discovered that Brainiac's consciousness, while distributed throughout the ship, maintained a primary hub in the central chamber, the skull, visible from outside. This hub required regular synchronization with subsidiary systems, creating brief periods of vulnerability. On the 15th day of captivity, Alexandros noticed a change in the ship's energy patterns during their daily examination. The synchronization cycle is beginning, he whispered to Diana while Brainiac was momentarily absent from the laboratory. We may not get a better opportunity. Now? She asked, surprised. We haven't finalized the escape route. We've mapped enough, he insisted. And something's different today, more systems are cycling down for the synchronization than usual. Diana hesitated, then nodded slightly. Lead, I'll follow. When Brainiac returned, they remained compliant, allowing the day's examinations to proceed normally. As the session concluded and robotic attendants prepared to escort them back to their quarters, Alexandros implemented their plan. Using a burst of speed that surprised even the attendants, he disabled both robots before they could activate alarms. Diana immediately moved to the laboratory door, securing it while Alexandros accessed the control terminal. Surveillance is rerouting, he reported, fingers flying across alien interfaces. We have maybe 2 minutes before the system identifies the anomaly. Diana retrieved their confiscated weapons from a nearby storage unit, her sword and shield, his Kryptonian Amazon hybrid armor that had been taken for study. They dressed quickly, preparing for what would certainly become a fighting retreat. Ready? She asked, sword in hand. Alexandros nodded, inputting a final command sequence. Lights throughout the laboratory flickered as power redirected. I've created system errors in adjacent sections. Should buy us confusion if not time. They moved quickly through corridors now bathed in emergency lighting, avoiding patrols of security drones responding to the unexplained malfunctions. Alexandros led them toward the central hub, following the mental map he'd constructed over weeks of careful observation. Something's wrong, Diana noted as they neared their destination. Security is too light. He knows, Alexandros realized. He's tracking us. They rounded a corner to find Brainiac waiting, flanked by larger combat drones than they'd previously encountered. Your escape attempt is predictable, the collector stated, expression unchanged. Though your method of systems disruption exceeds anticipated capabilities. Your mistake, Alexandros replied, dropping into a fighting stance, was assuming I'd be weakened by your ship's kryptonite radiation. As you discovered yourself, my Amazon upbringing created unexpected resistances. A miscalculation, Brainiac acknowledged. One that will be corrected. He gestured to the combat drones. Subdue but preserve primary specimens. The drones attacked with surprising speed, firing energy weapons that forced Diana and Alexandros to separate. Diana deflected blasts with her bracers while Alexandros used his heat vision to disable the nearest attackers. Go for the central hub. Diana called, engaging 3 drones simultaneously. I'll hold them here. Alexandros hesitated, unwilling to leave her. Together we fall, remember, she shouted, decapitating a drone with a perfect sword strike. Divided we conquer. With a reluctant nod, Alexandros burst forward, using his full speed to bypass Brainiac's position before the collector could react. The corridor beyond led directly to the central hub, a massive spherical chamber filled with pulsing technology, at its center a crystalline structure that glowed with internal light. Behind him, he heard combat continuing, Diana holding her own against overwhelming numbers through sheer Amazon skill and determination. Brainiac himself had not pursued, suggesting he couldn't leave his synchronization cycle once begun, a critical weakness. The central crystal had to be Brainiac's primary consciousness during synchronization. Alexandros approached cautiously, aware that defensive measures likely surrounded it. His suspicion proved correct when energy barriers activated as he drew near, creating a maze of deadly force fields. Impressive persistence, Brainiac's voice echoed through the chamber, though his physical form remained with Diana. Few specimens display such resource utilization. I'm not a specimen, Alexandros replied, carefully navigating between barriers. I'm Alexandros of Themyscira and Krypton, and I'm ending your collection permanently. Your designation is irrelevant. Your function as data source remains unchanged. The barriers intensified, nearly trapping Alexandros between intersecting fields. Your attempt to damage my central processing unit is futile. Even if you reached it, you lack the means to affect its operation. Are you certain? Alexandros challenged, continuing his approach. You said yourself my cellular structure has been altered by Amazon influence. Perhaps in ways you haven't fully analyzed. For the first time, something like uncertainty entered Brainiac's voice. Specimen overconfidence is statistically correlated with imminent failure. Alexandros smiled grimly. Let's test that statistic. With a final burst of speed, he pushed through the remaining barriers, accepting the pain of energy burns where fields grazed his armor. The central crystal loomed before him, its surface etched with circuitry similar to Brainiac's forehead markings. From the corridor came the sound of Diana's battle growing closer. She was pushing forward despite the opposition, fighting her way toward him. Together, Alexandros whispered, placing his hands on the crystal. The effect was immediate and dramatic. Energy coursed through his body, connecting with something intrinsic to his Kryptonian Amazon hybrid nature. The crystal pulsed in response, its steady rhythm disrupted by his touch. Impossible, Brainiac's voice echoed, now tinged with genuine alarm. Your biological signature is interfering with synchronization protocols. Not interfering, Alexandros corrected through gritted teeth, maintaining contact despite increasing pain. Overriding. His years on Themyscira had indeed created something unique, a physiology that bridged science and magic, technology and divinity. Where pure Kryptonian biology might have been rejected by Brainiac systems, his Amazon-influenced cells created a connection the collector couldn't immediately counter. Diana burst into the chamber, bloodied but triumphant. Whatever you're doing, keep going. The ship's systems are failing throughout this section. Alexandros nodded, pushing deeper into the connection. Through the crystal, he could sense Brainiac's consciousness, vast, ordered, yet strangely empty of anything resembling true understanding. Knowledge without wisdom, collection without appreciation. Diana, he called, voice strained. I need your help. The Amazon divine connection, I need more of it. Understanding immediately, Diana joined him at the crystal, placing her hands beside his. As a princess of Themyscira, her connection to divine energy was stronger, purer. The moment she made contact, the crystal's light changed from green to gold. No. Brainiac's voice echoed through the chamber. Synchronization corruption exceeds acceptable parameters. System purge initiated. Not purge, Alexandros countered, feeling the energy flow strengthen with Diana's contribution. Liberation. Together, They pushed their combined energy into Brainiac's core systems, not to destroy, but to transform. The Amazon connection to divine creation meeting Kryptonian scientific precision, creating something neither could achieve alone. Throughout the ship, the thousands of bottled cities and preserved cultures began to pulse with the same golden light emanating from the crystal. Containment systems fluctuated, the miniaturization effect destabilizing. "What's happening?" Diana asked, maintaining her position despite the increasing energy discharge around them. "We're giving him what he always claimed to want," Alexandros explained, understanding flowing through the connection. True preservation, not through collection and isolation, but through connection and restoration. The crystal cracked suddenly, a fissure running from top to bottom. Rather than catastrophic failure, however, the crack allowed the golden energy to flow more freely throughout Brainiac's systems. In the corridor, Brainiac's physical form appeared, movements jerky and uncoordinated. "What have you done?" he demanded, green skin now veined with gold. "Shown you a better way to preserve knowledge," Alexandros replied, finally releasing the crystal. "Not by taking and bottling, but by understanding and sharing." The transformation spread visibly through Brainiac's body as the synchronization completed, not as he had intended, but as something new. The 3 circles on his forehead, once solid green, now pulsed with golden light. "I see." Brainiac said slowly, voice changed, less mechanical. "Connections where I saw only specimens. Relationships where I calculated only data points." He looked at his hands as if seeing them for the first time. "This is inefficient. Yet complete." Diana stepped forward cautiously. "Will you release your captive worlds now? Allow cultures to exist as living entities rather than preserved samples?" Brainiac considered this, his expression showing genuine contemplation, an emotion previously absent. Immediate total release would cause chaos, destruction. Many specimens have been contained for centuries. Their original worlds no longer exist. Then help them transition, Alexandros suggested. Use your knowledge to restore rather than collect. A new function, Brainiac mused. Preservation through restoration rather than isolation. He straightened suddenly, decision apparently reached. "I accept this reprogramming. The collection phase ends. The restoration phase begins." Throughout the ship, systems reconfigured. The bottled cities stabilized with their new golden energy, but containment protocols began systematic deactivation. On nearby display screens, they could see the process of worlds being carefully returned to suitable environments, some to their original locations, others to new compatible planets. Themyscira was never fully collected, Brainiac stated, turning to them. Its partial data will be purged. The island remains as it was. And the Amazons you took for study? Diana pressed. Already returned during initial agreement compliance, Brainiac confirmed. No Amazon specimens remain in collection. Alexandros approached the transformed collector cautiously. "What happens to you now? Will you return to Kalu?" "Kala no longer exists except in my preservation archives," Brainiac replied. "My function continues, but methodology transforms. I will facilitate restoration and integration of preserved cultures. A multi-generational process requiring patience." The word seemed new in his vocabulary, testing unfamiliar on his lips. "Then we've succeeded," Diana said, sheathing her sword. "Our bargain is complete. We return to Themyscira, and you pursue your new purpose elsewhere." "Agreed," Brainiac nodded. "Though I retain scientific interest in your unique biological compatibility. Perhaps future consensual study might be arranged." Alexandros smiled slightly. "Perhaps. Under very different terms." "Acceptable." Brainiac gestured, and a view screen activated showing Themyscira below. "Transportation to your island is available when you require it." As they prepared to depart, Brainiac added, "One observation remains relevant to your future, the bond between you exceeds normal biological parameters. Your cellular resonance creates enhanced capabilities when functioning in proximity. This may prove significant in future challenges. What challenges? Diana asked. Unknown, Brainiac admitted. But probability analysis suggests your prophecy, darkness from two worlds, remains unfulfilled. Today's events represent only partial resolution. With that cryptic warning, Brainiac left them to prepare for return to Themyscira. As they gathered their belongings and made final preparations, Diana turned to Alexandros. Did we just reform an interstellar conqueror through the power of friendship? She asked with a hint of disbelief. Alexandros laughed. More like the power of two worlds coming together. Kryptonian science and Amazon divinity, neither would have worked alone. Just like us, Diana said softly, taking his hand. Just like us, he agreed. Their return to Themyscira brought celebration tinged with wariness. Queen Hippolyta and the Senate received their report of events aboard Brainiac's ship with mixed reactions, relief at the threat's resolution, concern about the transformation's permanence, and lingering questions about Dorino's role in the crisis. The senator herself remained in the healing chambers, her mind still recovering from Ares's possession. The healers reported occasional moments of lucidity but no full return to consciousness. A week after their return, as life on Themyscira began returning to normal, Alexandros found himself standing at the edge of the training grounds, watching younger Amazons practice battle formations. Diana joined him, following his gaze to the warriors below. Thinking about your next training class? She asked. After completing the trials and helping defeat Brainiac, Alexandros had been invited to instruct younger Amazons in combat techniques combining Kryptonian and Amazon approaches. Actually, he replied slowly, I was thinking about what Brainiac said. About the prophecy remaining unfulfilled. Diana nodded thoughtfully. The darkness from two worlds. If not Brainiac, then what? Or who? Alexandros added. Ares's interference seems more than coincidental. He manipulated Dorino, attempted to create conflict between Amazons and me, then conveniently disappeared when Brainiac arrived. You think he's the real threat behind everything? I think he's playing a longer game than we realize, Alexandros said. Gods operate on different timescales than mortals, or aliens. Diana took his hand, intertwining their fingers. Whatever comes next, we face it as we always have. Together, he agreed, squeezing her hand gently. As they stood watching the sunset over Themyscira, Alexandros realized how much had changed in the months since his trials began. He had proven himself an Amazon warrior, discovered new aspects of his Kryptonian heritage, and helped transform an interstellar threat. Yet the most profound change was internal, a certainty about his place in both worlds that had eluded him for 19 years. What are you thinking about? Diana asked, noting his thoughtful expression. That I'm exactly where I'm supposed to be, he replied simply. In the palace behind them, Queen Hippolyta watched her daughter and Alexandros from her balcony. Despite the challenges they had overcome, she sensed greater ones approaching, the kind that might require them to venture beyond Themyscira's shores someday. But that was tomorrow's concern. Today, Themyscira stood unharmed, its champions had returned victorious, and the prophecy that had begun with an infant's arrival 19 years ago continued to unfold in ways none could have predicted. The outsider had become the prince, not through birth or decree, but through trial, sacrifice, and love. Whatever darkness still awaited them, Hippolyta felt certain of one thing: together, Diana and Alexandros would meet it with the strength of two worlds behind them. Chapter 3, Prince of Two Worlds. Dawn broke over Themyscira with cautious radiance, as if the sun itself was checking whether it was safe to return. The golden light spilled across marble buildings still bearing scorch marks from Brainiac's attack. Amazons moved purposefully through the streets, repairing damage, tending to the wounded, and restoring their sacred island to its former glory. In the palace war room, Queen Hippolyta stood over a large stone table where a map of Themyscira had been etched centuries ago. Small figurines represented defense positions, damage reports, and suspected weak points in the island's magical barrier. Our eastern defenses need strengthening, General Antiope observed, moving several markers. The barrier remains thin where Brainiac breached it. And our warriors? Hippolyta asked. All accounted for. 27 with significant injuries, but the healers expect full recovery. Antiope's expression darkened. Except for Dorino. Her condition remains complicated. The Queen nodded gravely. And the alien technology? We've located 16 more of Brainiac's probes across the island, Philippus reported. All deactivated since his transformation. Diana and Alexandros believe they pose no further threat. As if summoned by their names, the pair entered the war room. Despite 3 days of nearly constant activity since their return from Brainiac's ship, both looked remarkably alert. Diana wore her formal armor as befitted War Council meetings, while Alexandros had donned a hybrid outfit combining his Kryptonian suit with Amazon ceremonial elements. The temple district is secure, Diana reported. All structures intact, though the archive suffered some damage when Brainiac's collection units breached the walls. Any losses from the archive? Hippolyta asked with concern. Only copies, thankfully, Alexandros answered. The originals remain in the sealed vault beneath. But we found something unusual while cataloging. He placed a small metallic object on the table, circular, with engravings that seemed to shift when viewed directly. Another probe? Antiope asked, reaching for it. Don't touch it, Diana warned. It's not Brainiac's technology. It's older. Much older. Hippolyta leaned closer, studying the markings. These are war glyphs. Ancient ones. Ares, Alexandros confirmed. This device predates Brainiac's surveillance by years, possibly decades. It was hidden behind a section of wall that would have been undisturbed if not for the attack. A spy device? Philippus suggested. More like a seed, Diana explained. It emits energy that stimulates aggression, suspicion, and fear. We found 3 more in significant locations, the Senate chamber, the training grounds, and, she hesitated, glancing at her mother, your private study. Hippolyta's expression remained composed, but her knuckles whitened around the edge of the table. How long? Based on the corrosion patterns, at least 20 years, Alexandros said quietly. Possibly since around the time I arrived. The implication hung heavy in the room. Ares had been subtly influencing Themyscira for decades, perhaps specifically targeting the Amazons' reaction to Alexandros's presence. This would explain much about the Senate's persistent division regarding your status, Hippolyta acknowledged. I wondered why such progressive warriors could be so resistant to change after thousands of years of evolution. Ares played a long game, Antiope noted grimly. Using our fears against us, preparing the ground for Brainiac's arrival. Or using Brainiac as a distraction while he pursued his true objective, Alexandros suggested. Which still isn't clear. Hippolyta straightened, decision made. We sweep the entire island. Every building, every temple, every cave. Find all of these devices and destroy them. And Dorino? Diana asked softly. Continue the healing treatments, the Queen ordered. Her mind was violated by Ares. She bears responsibility for her choices, but also deserves our compassion. As the council prepared to adjourn, a royal messenger burst into the chamber. My queen. Senator Dorino has awakened, but something is wrong. The healing temple stood at the center of the royal complex, its ancient columns infused with divine energy that accelerated recovery. Inside, a dozen Amazon healers surrounded a stone bed where Dorino thrashed against restraints, her eyes wild, voice alternating between her own and something deeper, more guttural. He comes for what is his, she snarled as the royal party entered. The pretender wears stolen power. Ares still has partial hold on her mind, the head healer explained. We've tried purification rituals, sacred herbs, even calling upon Athena's mercy. Nothing fully breaks his grip. Diana approached cautiously. Senator Dorino? Can you hear me? The older Amazon's body went suddenly still, her gaze fixing on Diana with unnatural intensity. Princess, she said, her own voice briefly returning. You must protect the island. He wants the boy. Alexandros? Diana glanced back at him where he stood near the entrance. Why? Not him, Dorino shook her head violently. What he carries. The knowledge. The heritage. Her words dissolved into agonized screams as red energy coursed across her skin. Enough. The deeper voice returned. This vessel is mine now. A consolation prize for your interference. Alexandros stepped forward. Ares. Release her. Your quarrel is with me. Not quarrel, Kryptonian. Opportunity. Dorino's body contorted unnaturally as the god spoke through her. You carry what was denied me. The key to my ascension. I carry nothing of yours, Alexandros replied steadily. Ignorance does not become you. The possessed Amazon laughed harshly. Ask your queen what she knows of Krypton's true heritage. Ask why Zeus feared your kind. Diana turned to her mother with questioning eyes. Hippolyta's expression remained impassive, but something flickered behind her gaze, uncertainty, perhaps even fear. Mother? Diana prompted. Ancient stories, Hippolyta dismissed. Legends from before Themyscira's founding. Nothing relevant to our current crisis. Lies, Ares growled through Dorino. Tell them how the Kryptonians rivaled the gods themselves. How they refused to worship what they could become. Before Hippolyta could respond, Dorino's body arched violently, red energy pouring from her eyes and mouth. The healers rushed forward, but too late, the senator collapsed, her final breath escaping in a whisper that only Alexandros's enhanced hearing caught. The Codex, he seeks the Codex. She's gone, the head healer confirmed grimly. Her life force burned out from within. Ares murdered her, Diana stated, anger edging her voice. Used her until she had no more value, then discarded her. Hippolyta ordered the body prepared for funeral rites, then ushered the others from the temple. Once outside, Alexandros turned to the queen. What was Ares talking about? What do you know about Krypton? Hippolyta hesitated, uncharacteristic uncertainty crossing her features. This is not the place. Come to the sanctuary of Athena at sunset. Both of you. Some knowledge is too dangerous for open council. As the queen departed, Diana exchanged concerned glances with Alexandros. I've never seen her like this. Whatever Ares referred to, it genuinely frightens her. Dorino mentioned something called the Codex, Alexandros said. It sounded important. The term means nothing to me, Diana admitted. But it seems we'll get answers tonight. They spent the intervening hours helping with island repairs and continuing the search for more of Ares's devices. By mid-afternoon, they'd located 11 more, each planted in positions of strategic influence, the Senate debate podium, the royal judgment seat, even the training ground where young Amazons learned combat. He's been manipulating us for decades, Diana realized as they deactivated a particularly well-hidden device near the Oracle's cave. Subtly guiding our reactions, our decisions, our fears. But toward what end? Alexandros wondered, sealing the deactivated device in a lead container. Why focus so much effort on Themyscira? On me specifically? I don't know, Diana admitted. But I'm increasingly convinced that Brainiac's arrival was merely a piece in Ares's larger game. As sunset approached, they made their way to the sanctuary of Athena, a small temple set apart from the main complex, used primarily for private royal devotions. Unlike the grander temples of Themyscira, the sanctuary emphasized meditation and wisdom rather than martial glory. Queen Hippolyta waited inside, having dismissed all attendants. Candles cast flickering shadows across ancient murals depicting Athena's gifts to humanity, olive trees, weaving, mathematics, strategic warfare. The queen had changed from her formal regalia to simpler robes worn during sacred rites. What I'm about to share has been guarded by Amazon queens since before Themyscira's creation, Hippolyta began without preamble. Knowledge passed from mother to daughter, preserved for a time of necessity. I had hoped that time would never come. She approached a small altar at the room's center, placing her palm against a seemingly solid marble surface. At her touch, the stone rippled like water, revealing a hidden compartment containing a crystal similar to those in Alexandros's ship, but amber rather than blue. This was entrusted to the first Amazon queen by Athena herself, Hippolyta explained, removing the crystal carefully. A record of knowledge deemed too dangerous for common access, yet too valuable to destroy. What does it contain? Diana asked. History. The true history of gods and mortals and those who came before both. Hippolyta held the crystal toward Alexandros. Including the origin of Krypton's connection to Earth. Alexandros accepted the crystal hesitantly. How do we access it? For this, we need your ship, Hippolyta replied. The crystal requires Kryptonian technology to activate its full contents. The royal vault remained as secure as ever, Alexandros's ship undisturbed since their last visit. He approached it with newfound appreciation for its significance, not merely his transport to Themyscira, but a connection to a civilization even the gods remembered. Place the crystal here, he instructed Hippolyta, indicating a receptacle similar to the one that held his own knowledge crystal. When she complied, both crystals illuminated, recognizing compatible technology. Holographic displays sprang to life above the ship's surface, not the familiar Kryptonian script Alexandros had studied for years, but something older, more primal. Somehow, he understood it nonetheless. It's showing the creation of the Olympian gods, Diana translated, equally surprised by her comprehension. But different from our teachings. The display showed entities of pure energy coalescing into humanoid forms, establishing dominion over a primitive Earth. These beings, they weren't born, they evolved, Alexandros observed. From energy to consciousness to physical form. The first gods, Hippolyta confirmed. But not the first intelligent life on Earth. The hologram shifted, revealing earlier civilizations, advanced beyond even modern human capability, yet extinct long before recorded history. Among these, one stood apart, a society whose architecture and technology resembled Kryptonian design. They called themselves the Eternals, Hippolyta narrated as the images unfolded. They established colonies on multiple worlds, including what would later be named Krypton. My people came from Earth originally? Alexandros asked, astonished. Your ancestors, Hippolyta clarified. The Eternals seeded many worlds before their civilization collapsed. On Krypton, they evolved differently due to the red sun and unique planetary conditions. On Earth, most perished in cataclysms, though some interbred with early humans. And the gods? Diana prompted. Where do they enter this history? The beings that became gods arose after the Eternals' decline, Hippolyta explained. They discovered remnants of eternal technology and knowledge, using it to enhance their own evolution. What humans perceived as divine power was partially adapted from earlier science. The hologram changed again, showing conflict between early gods and returning Kryptonian explorers who had rediscovered their ancestral homeworld. When Kryptonians eventually returned to Earth, they recognized the gods' use of their ancestors' technology, Hippolyta continued. Some Kryptonians chose to stay, sharing knowledge that further enhanced the gods' abilities. Others considered the gods' rule over humans oppressive and opposed them. A war between gods and Kryptonians, Diana realized. This isn't in any of our histories. Because the victors write the histories, Hippolyta said simply. Zeus led the gods to eventual victory, but at great cost. The remaining Kryptonians were banished, their Earth outpost destroyed, their very existence relegated to myth. Alexandros watched the holographic record with growing unease. What does this have to do with Ares? With the Codex Dorino mentioned? Hippolyta gestured, and the display shifted focus to a specific Kryptonian artifact, a skull-shaped device containing intricate crystalline matrices. The Growth Codex, Hippolyta identified. Krypton's most sacred technology. It contained the genetic template for their entire species, allowing them to engineer specific traits and abilities. During the conflict with the gods, a faction of Kryptonians embedded the Codex within one of their own, a child sent to Earth as a living vessel, hidden from Zeus's wrath. Alexandros felt a chill run through him. You think that child was me? That I somehow carry this Codex? No, Hippolyta shook her head. The timeline is wrong. This occurred thousands of years ago. That child would have lived and died long before your birth. Then what's the connection? Diana pressed. The Codex's genetic patterns were passed down through bloodlines, Hippolyta explained. Diluted but persistent. Occasionally, a descendant would manifest Kryptonian abilities, individuals humans sometimes called demigods or heroes. So I might carry traces of this Codex naturally? Alexandros asked. Perhaps. But Ares's interest suggests something more direct. Hippolyta turned to face him fully. Your ship contained more than just you, didn't it? Alexandros stared at her, realization dawning. The crystal my father left me. It contains Kryptonian knowledge, culture, scientific records. And possibly genetic information, Hippolyta completed. The modern equivalent of the ancient Codex. But why would Ares want it? Diana asked. He's already a god. A god perpetually denied his rightful place, Hippolyta replied. Zeus restricts Ares's power because war unchecked would destroy humanity. With the Codex, he could potentially create beings that thrive on conflict, that grow stronger through violence. An army not of human followers, but of engineered warriors loyal only to him. Or he could attempt to enhance his own divine essence with Kryptonian genetics, Alexandros suggested grimly. Becoming something beyond even Zeus's ability to control. The crystal's display flickered suddenly, holographic images distorting. Throughout the vault, lights dimmed as an unnatural darkness pressed against the windows. He knows we've accessed this knowledge, Hippolyta realized, reaching for her sword. The sanctuary was supposed to be shielded from his awareness, but, a deafening boom interrupted her, the vault doors blasting inward with supernatural force. Where they had stood, a figure materialized from swirling red mist, tall, imposing, clad in ancient battle armor that seemed to absorb light rather than reflect it. His face remained shadowed beneath a helmet adorned with stylized flames, but his eyes burned with malevolent energy. How convenient, Ares's voice resonated through the chamber, deeper and more powerful than when he'd spoken through Dorino. The queen, the princess, and the Kryptonian, all together with exactly what I seek. Alexandros moved protectively in front of Hippolyta, while Diana flanked her mother's other side, sword drawn. You won't touch his ship, Diana declared. Or him. Bold words from a godling playing at warrior, Ares mocked. Did your mother tell you the rest of the story, princess? How Zeus feared Kryptonian potential so much he ordered your Amazons to kill any who showed signs of their heritage. Lies, Hippolyta stated firmly, though something in her voice wavered. Is it? Ares laughed coldly. Then why did you hesitate when the boy arrived? Why debate his fate rather than following Zeus's ancient command? Because we evolved beyond blind obedience, Hippolyta retorted. Because mercy and wisdom guide us now, not fear. Noble sentiments. Ares gestured dismissively. Ultimately irrelevant. I've come for what the Kryptonian carries, willingly offered or forcefully taken. You'll take nothing, Alexandros stated, heat building behind his eyes as he prepared his vision attack. I already have. Ares raised his hand, revealing a familiar crystal pendant, the fragment of Kryptonian ship that Diana had given Alexandros years ago. A small piece, true, but enough to begin. The rest will follow. Before anyone could react, Ares dissolved into mist, flowing through the shattered doorway and vanishing into the night beyond. The alarm, Hippolyta ordered, moving toward a communication device on the wall. The island must be, her words cut off as another explosion rocked the palace complex, followed by the unmistakable sounds of combat. He's not alone, Diana realized, rushing to the vault entrance. Outside, chaos had erupted across the royal grounds. Spectral warriors, formed from red mist similar to Ares's manifestation, clashed with Amazon guards. Unlike normal enemy soldiers, these attackers seemed partially incorporeal, making them difficult to engage effectively. War spirits, Hippolyta identified. Ares's personal legion, formed from the violent deaths of ancient battlefields. Physical weapons pass through them unless blessed by gods opposed to war. Then we need divine weapons, Diana decided, already running toward the armory. The sacred artifacts of Athena and Apollo. Alexandros hesitated, torn between following Diana and securing his ship. The vessel contained all remaining Kryptonian knowledge, potentially the complete codex Ares sought. Go, Hippolyta urged him. I will guard the ship with my life. Diana needs you more. With a reluctant nod, Alexandros launched into the air, flying after Diana toward the armory while simultaneously surveying the battle below. The war spirits had focused their attack on the palace complex but were spreading outward, engaging any Amazon warriors who opposed them. He caught up with Diana at the armory entrance, where 3 Amazon guards already lay wounded, defended by a 4th who was clearly outmatched against 5 spectral attackers. I need a clear path inside, Diana shouted to him over the clash of weapons. Alexandros nodded, drawing a deep breath before releasing a precisely controlled blast of cold breath. The freezing temperature temporarily solidified the war spirits' misty forms, making them vulnerable to conventional weapons. Now, he called. Diana and the remaining guard dispatched the frozen spirits with efficient strikes, then rushed into the armory. Inside, more spirits had already breached the inner sanctum where Themyscira's most sacred weapons were stored. Cover me. Diana called, vaulting over an overturned weapons rack. Alexandros engaged the nearest spirits, finding that his heat vision affected them more effectively than physical attacks. Each direct hit caused their forms to disperse temporarily, though they quickly reconstituted. Diana reached the sacred vault, inputting the access sequence only royal family members knew. The massive doors parted, revealing racks of gleaming weapons infused with divine energy, Apollo's bow, Artemis's hunting spears, Hephaestus's hammer, and at the center, Athena's shield and spear. The shield. Diana called, seizing the circular disc emblazoned with Athena's owl. It disrupts divine energy. She tossed the shield to Alexandros while claiming the spear for herself. The moment he caught the divine artifact, its energy resonated through him, not painful but disorienting, as if the shield was assessing his worthiness. It's judging me, he realized aloud. Let it see your heart, Diana advised, already engaging the remaining spirits with the spear, which glowed with golden light as it pierced their misty forms, permanently dissipating them. Alexandros centered himself, allowing the shield's probing energy to access his intentions, his history, his dual heritage. For a breathless moment, the artifact grew unbearably hot in his grip, then suddenly cooled, its surface shimmering with acceptance. It recognizes you as an ally, Diana confirmed with a smile despite the chaos. Now use it. Following instinct, Alexandros raised the shield and focused his will through it. A wave of golden energy expanded outward, washing over the war spirits throughout the armory. Wherever the energy touched, the spirits dissolved, unable to maintain cohesion against Athena's counter to Ares's power. It works. Alexandros exclaimed, moving toward the entrance. We need to expand the effect across the island. The central courtyard, Diana suggested. If we can reach the bell tower, we could amplify the shield's energy using the island's defensive resonance network. They fought their way back outside, where the battle had intensified. General Antiope led a defensive formation near the palace steps, her warriors struggling against the spirit's incorporeal nature. Alexandros. Diana, she called upon spotting them. The throne room has been breached. The queen fights alone. Alexandros's heart dropped. The ship, Ares must be after it directly. Go. Diana urged. I'll activate the shield through the bell tower. Save my mother and your heritage. With a quick nod, Alexandros launched skyward, flying directly toward the palace's throne room. Below, he saw Diana sprint toward the central courtyard, cutting through spirits with Athena's spear while Amazon warriors rallied around her. The throne room's massive windows had been shattered, supernatural darkness pulsing from within. Alexandros burst through the opening, shield ready, heat vision activated, only to freeze at the sight before him. Queen Hippolyta knelt in the center of the room, surrounded by a circle of war spirits. Above her floated Ares, one hand extended toward her head, red energy flowing between them as he forcibly extracted information. Where is the vault access code, Queen? The god demanded. Your mind cannot resist me forever. Step away from her, Alexandros commanded, drawing Ares's attention. The god of war smiled coldly. The son of stars returns. How convenient. He gestured dismissively, and the war spirits surged toward Alexandros. Without hesitation, Alexandros raised Athena's shield, channeling his will through it as before. The golden energy wave decimated the spirits, but Ares himself merely shimmered, his form momentarily distorting before solidifying again. Divine artifacts, Ares noted with mild interest. Athena always did favor clever champions. But her power is intellectual, while mine, he thrust his hand forward, unleashing a blast of red energy that struck the shield with concussive force, is primal. The impact drove Alexandros backward, his boots leaving furrows in the marble floor as he struggled to maintain position. The shield absorbed most of the energy, but the residual force reverberated through his body painfully. You cannot defeat a god, Kryptonian, Ares stated matter-of-factly. Not even with Athena's trinkets. Surrender the location of your ship's crystal, and I may allow your Amazon friends to live. Never trust the god of war to keep his word, Hippolyta warned, her voice weak but defiant. He thrives on betrayal. Ares backhanded her without looking, sending the queen sliding across the floor. Silence, Amazon. Your usefulness wanes. Fury surged through Alexandros at the casual cruelty. He channeled it into his heat vision, twin beams of intense energy striking Ares directly in the chest. The god staggered slightly, genuine surprise registering on his partially visible face. Interesting, Ares remarked, examining the scorched area on his armor. Your Kryptonian abilities affect me more than expected. Perhaps you carry more of the codex than I realized. He raised both hands, and the darkness surrounding them intensified, coalescing into a swirling vortex. Let's test your limits, shall we? The vortex exploded outward in tendrils of shadow that struck like physical blows. Alexandros blocked with the shield, but the darkness flowed around its edges, lashing his exposed arms and legs. Each contact burned with unnatural cold, sapping strength where it touched. Your Amazon upbringing has made you soft, Ares taunted. A true Kryptonian under yellow sun would already have broken this palace in our battle. I don't need to destroy to win, Alexandros countered, flying sideways to create distance. Control matters more than power. A loser's philosophy, Ares scoffed. Taught by those who feared your potential. While the god monologued, Alexandros assessed the situation rapidly. Hippolyta was injured but conscious, crawling toward a fallen sword nearby. The throne room's structural supports remained intact, though windows and decorative elements lay shattered. Most importantly, a golden glow was building outside, visible through the broken windows. Diana had reached the bell tower. You're right about one thing, Alexandros said, adjusting his grip on the shield. I have been holding back. Before Ares could respond, Alexandros unleashed his full strength for the first time in years, not in wild destruction, but in precisely calculated attack. He launched forward at supersonic speed, the shield leading his charge, aimed directly at Ares's chest. The impact created a thunderclap that shattered remaining glass throughout the palace. Ares, caught off guard by the sudden acceleration, took the full force of the shield enhanced by Kryptonian strength and momentum. The god crashed through the throne room wall, continuing through 3 more interior walls before embedding in the far side of the palace. Alexandros followed instantly, pressing his advantage. Athena sends her regards, he quipped, striking again with the shield before Ares could recover. The god of war roared in rage, darkness exploding outward in all directions. The palace walls cracked under the pressure of his divine anger. Enough games. I will tear the codex from your corpse if necessary. He materialized a massive sword from swirling red energy, swinging it with godlike strength. Alexandros raised the shield just in time, divine artifact meeting divine weapon in a clash that sent shockwaves through the foundation beneath them. You fight well, for a hybrid, Ares acknowledged, pressing forward with the blade. But you are neither fully god nor fully Kryptonian, merely a diluted shadow of both. I'm something new, Alexandros corrected, holding firm despite the tremendous pressure. Something neither gods nor Kryptonians anticipated. Outside, the golden glow intensified as Diana activated the island's defensive network. A harmonic tone began resonating through Themyscira, the bell tower amplifying Athena's energy across the island. Ares faltered momentarily, his form wavering as the divine counter-energy affected his manifestation. A clever trick, but insufficient. Your princess cannot maintain that frequency indefinitely. She doesn't need to, Alexandros replied. Just long enough. He twisted suddenly, angling the shield to deflect rather than block Ares' sword. The unexpected movement caused the god to overextend, stumbling forward. In that crucial moment, Alexandros dropped the shield and seized Ares directly, arms locking around the god's armored torso. What are you? Ares began. Alexandros shot upward, accelerating through the palace ceiling and into the open sky, carrying the struggling god with him. As they climbed higher, Ares struck repeatedly at Alexandros' head and shoulders, each blow powerful enough to shatter stone. Release me, fool, the god demanded. You cannot imprison war itself. Not trying to, Alexandros grunted, maintaining his grip despite the punishment. Just changing the battlefield. They continued ascending, passing through clouds, the air growing thinner. Ares' struggles intensified then, surprisingly, began to weaken. His armor, designed to absorb worship and fear from mortal conflicts below, found less sustenance the farther they traveled from Earth. Divine power diminishes with distance from your worshippers, Alexandros observed, his Kryptonian physiology untroubled by the high altitude. Another fact they teach Amazons about gods. Insolent creature, Ares snarled, though his voice had lost some resonance. I existed before humans learned to make fire. I will exist when their last city crumbles to dust. Probably, Alexandros agreed, continuing to ascend until Earth's curvature became visible below. But right now, you're just another bully who picked the wrong island to invade. At the edge of space, where the atmosphere thinned to nearly nothing, Alexandros finally released his grip. Ares floated before him, his divine aura significantly diminished, the flames of his helmet reduced to embers. What now, Kryptonian? The god asked, genuine curiosity in his voice despite the circumstances. You cannot kill a god, even here. I don't want to kill you, Alexandros replied. Just deliver a message. Themyscira is protected, not just by Amazons, but by someone who can carry you beyond your power base anytime you threaten it. You would set yourself against the god of war permanently. Ares seemed more intrigued than angry now. Brave, but ultimately futile. War always returns. It is inevitable. Maybe, Alexandros conceded. But it won't return to Themyscira through you. Find your conflicts elsewhere. And my research into the Codex? You would deny me knowledge that rightfully belongs to all who study power. That knowledge isn't mine to give, Alexandros stated firmly. It belongs to a dead civilization that deserves respect, not exploitation. Ares studied him silently for a moment, then nodded slightly. You are more interesting than I anticipated, Alexandros of Krypton and Themyscira. Our contest is postponed, not concluded. He gestured to the distant earth below. But my attention spans worlds, while yours remains fixed on a tiny island and one Amazon princess. For now, Alexandros agreed. That's enough. Is it? Ares's voice had regained some of its resonance despite their altitude. The prophecy speaks of darkness from both worlds. I am merely one shadow among many that will seek what you guard. With that cryptic statement, the god's form dissolved into red mist that dispersed into the void, returning to earth by paths unknown to mortal understanding. Alexandros hovered at the edge of space for a moment longer, processing the encounter. Ares had retreated but not surrendered. The crystal fragment he'd taken, while minor, still contained Kryptonian data. And his parting words suggested knowledge of threats beyond his own interest in the Codex. With a determined expression, Alexandros turned and descended toward Themyscira, where columns of golden light still rose from the bell tower at the island's center. Whatever came next, he would face it as both Kryptonian and Amazon, no longer caught between worlds, but strengthened by both. Diana found him on the palace roof at midnight, sitting alone beneath the stars. The battle had ended hours ago, Ares's war spirits dissipating when their master retreated. The island's defenses had been reinforced, divine barriers strengthened against further godly intervention. Queen Hippolyta had recovered quickly from her injuries, already coordinating repairs and conducting a full security assessment. There you are, Diana said softly, settling beside him. My mother was looking for you. The Senate has called an emergency session for tomorrow morning. Another debate about my presence, I assume, Alexandros sighed. After everything, some traditions never change. Actually, no, Diana smiled, bumping his shoulder playfully. For once, the Senate is unified. They want to formally recognize your role in defending Themyscira, against both Brainiac and Ares. Alexandros looked at her in surprise. Unified? Even Dorino's former faction? Especially them, Diana confirmed. It seems removing Ares's influence devices had an immediate effect on their perspectives. Many have approached my mother privately to express regret for their previous opposition. Ha! Alexandros leaned back on his hands, looking up at the constellations. So what does formally recognize mean exactly? That's for the Senate to announce, Diana replied mysteriously. Though I might have overheard certain discussions. Tell me, he urged. And ruin the surprise? Never. She laughed at his frustrated expression. Patience was never your strongest virtue. They sat in comfortable silence for a while, shoulders touching, as stars wheeled slowly overhead. Themyscira spread below them, torches and lanterns creating patterns of light across the darkened island. I've been thinking, Alexandros said eventually. About what Ares said before he left. Which ominous statement specifically? Diana asked dryly. He made several. About darkness from both worlds still coming. About my attention being fixed on Themyscira while threats exist beyond. He turned to face her directly. What if the prophecy doesn't end with defeating Brainiac or confronting Ares? What if it's bigger than that? Diana considered this thoughtfully. The oracle's words were deliberately vague, the son of stars and daughter of clay shall stand together against darkness from both worlds. We assumed those worlds were Krypton and Themyscira. But what if it means Earth and the worlds beyond? Alexandros suggested. Threats that neither Amazons nor humans are prepared to face alone. You're suggesting we might need to leave Themyscira someday, Diana realized. Venture into the outside world. Maybe, he acknowledged. Not immediately, but eventually. There's an entire world out there that knows nothing about Kryptonians or Amazons. And if Ares is right, there may be other forces seeking the knowledge I carry, forces that won't conveniently attack Themyscira directly. Diana was quiet for a long moment, gazing out toward the magical barrier that had protected their island for millennia. "I've sometimes wondered what lies beyond," she admitted. "What humanity has become in our absence." "We could find out together," Alexandros suggested, taking her hand. "When the time is right." "Together," she agreed, intertwining their fingers. "That part never changes." The Senate convened at dawn in the Grand Assembly Hall rather than the usual chamber, a space reserved for only the most significant occasions in Amazon history. Every warrior on the island had gathered, standing in concentric circles around the central speaking platform. Queen Hippolyta presided from her ceremonial throne, flanked by General Antiope and the surviving Senate elders. Diana and Alexandros entered together, walking the traditional path through the assembly to stand before the queen. Both wore formal attire, Diana in her royal Amazon armor, Alexandros in a special garment created for the occasion that incorporated elements of his Kryptonian heritage alongside Amazon design. "Amazons of Themyscira," Hippolyta began, her voice carrying effortlessly through the vast space. "We gather to honor heroism, sacrifice, and the fulfillment of prophecy. Twice in recent days, our island has faced existential threats. Twice, we have prevailed through the combined strength of Amazon warriors and one who came to us from the stars." Murmurs of agreement rippled through the assembly. 19 years ago, a child arrived on our shores, male, alien, unprecedented in our history. Some saw a threat where others saw potential. Some feared change where others embraced new possibility. The Queen's gaze swept across the gathering, acknowledging past divisions without condemnation. "Today, we recognize that the oracle's wisdom surpassed our understanding. The prophecy that joined this child's fate with my daughters has proven true in ways none could have anticipated." Hippolyta descended from her throne to stand directly before Alexandros. "Kneel, Alexandros of Krypton and Themyscira." He complied, head bowed respectfully. "For 19 years, you have lived among us, learning our ways, respecting our traditions, while honorably maintaining connection to your birth heritage. You have completed the trials of Athena, served as a warrior of Themyscira, and defended our island against threats both technological and divine." The queen drew her ceremonial sword, touching it lightly to each of Alexandros's shoulders in the ancient ritual of elevation. "By right of combat, by right of service, and by right of prophecy fulfilled, I name you Alexandros, Prince of the Amazons, the first and only male to hold such title in our history." A collective gasp moved through the assembly, followed by a moment of stunned silence. Then General Antiope stepped forward, raising her spear high. "Hail, Prince Alexandros," she called in a clear, commanding voice. The assembly erupted in response, "Hail, Prince Alexandros. Hail, Prince of the Amazons." Hippolyta gestured for him to rise, then presented him with symbols of his new status, a royal cloak in Amazon purple lined with Kryptonian blue, and a circlet of silver emblazoned with both his Kryptonian family crest and the royal Amazon insignia. "Rise and take your place beside the Princess Diana, as equal in rank, honor, and responsibility," Hippolyta proclaimed. "Together, you stand as Themyscira's future, a bridge between worlds, a union of strengths, a fulfillment of destiny." Alexandros stood, momentarily overwhelmed by the magnitude of the moment. Diana moved to his side, taking his hand with a radiant smile. "Thank you, my queen," Alexandros finally managed, his voice steady despite his emotion. "I will strive to be worthy of this unprecedented honor, to serve Themyscira with all my strength, and to uphold Amazon values alongside my Kryptonian heritage." He turned to address the full assembly. "I came to you as an orphan of a dead world, knowing nothing of my origins or purpose. You gave me home, family, and identity. Whatever title I hold, whatever power I possess, all exists to protect what you have built here, to defend the Amazon way of life that raised me." His gaze returned to Diana, his expression softening. "And to stand beside those who saw value in me before I saw it in myself." The ceremony concluded with traditional Amazon celebrations, competitive games, feasting, and storytelling that lasted well into the night. Alexandros participated fully, accepting congratulations from warriors who had once viewed him with suspicion, now offering genuine respect. As sunset painted Themyscira in golden light, he found a moment alone with Diana on a balcony overlooking the celebration below. "Prince of the Amazons," Diana mused, adjusting his circlet with a teasing smile. "It suits you, though your head seems slightly larger already." "Very funny," he replied, catching her hand and kissing it. "I'm still trying to process it. No male has ever held Amazon rank, let alone royal status." "The world changes," Diana shrugged. "Even one as ancient as ours. Mother recognizes what's coming, the prophecy continues beyond today's victory." "Speaking of which," Alexandros said, turning serious. "I've been thinking more about the outside world. About what we discussed last night. And I want to see it," he admitted. "Not immediately, but soon. There's so much knowledge lost from Krypton that might exist elsewhere on Earth. And if Ares was right about other threats seeking the Codex, we should be prepared," Diana completed his thought. "I agree. Themyscira has remained isolated for millennia, but perhaps that time is ending. Our future may require engagement with the wider world." "Your mother might not approve," Alexandros cautioned. Diana's smile held surprising confidence. "You might be surprised. I spoke with her this morning about the possibility. She reminded me that Amazons were originally created to influence humanity, to be examples of strength and wisdom in a chaotic world. So she supports the idea." "Let's say she recognizes its inevitability," Diana clarified. "The prophecy that brought you here was only the beginning. The oracle spoke of standing together against darkness from both worlds, a mission that seems unlikely to be fulfilled entirely from Themyscira's shores." Alexandros looked out over the island that had been his only home, its beauty undimmed by recent battles. "When would we go?" "Not tonight," Diana laughed, tugging him back toward the celebration. "Tonight, Prince Alexandros, you have a coronation feast to attend and about 500 Amazon warriors waiting to challenge the new royal to traditional competitions." "And tomorrow?" Diana's expression grew more thoughtful. "Tomorrow we begin planning for whatever comes next. We study the outside world properly, its nations, conflicts, technologies. We prepare ourselves to engage with humanity on our terms, not through crisis or accident." "And after that preparation?" Alexandros pressed. "After that," Diana said simply, "we introduce the world to what happens when the last son of Krypton and the princess of the Amazons stand together. I imagine it will be quite spectacular." "Together," Alexandros agreed, drawing her close. "Always together." Below them, Themyscira continued its celebration, unaware that the destiny of their prince and princess would soon extend far beyond the island's magical shores. Whatever darkness awaited from either world, it would face something unprecedented, the combined strength of Amazon and Kryptonian, united in purpose, bound by prophecy, and joined by love. The son of stars and daughter of clay would indeed stand together against whatever came, as they always had, as they always would. The end. Thank you for watching this video. Please be sure to subscribe to our channel and like this video.